Calling into order now the April 24th meeting of the Flood Board. First thing we'll do is have a roll call and establish quorum.
Member Andrews?
Present.
Member Bosler is absent. Member Countryman?
Present.
Member Griego?
Here.
Secretary Johnson?
I'm here. Thanks, everybody. Good morning. The second item here is for welcome, introductions, and announcements. I gave the welcome. We'll see if our executive officer has any announcements.
I have one announcement. Chris Leaf, Executive Officer. One announcement is that the governor earlier this week announced the formation of 3 new state parks, or the planning for 3 new state parks. One of which is in our area, up in the Feather River setback area in Olivehurst, in Member Griego's backyard. So we're excited to work with state parks and on the planning of that new park. Should solve some problems for us and be a good addition to the state park system.
If I could add to that, there was 2 things that I wasn't able to accomplish when I was on the Board of Supervisors, and this, what you said, was one of them. 3 Rivers actually started the process of expanding the parking lot, putting out benches, for people to come out to that area, and security cameras. But that's as far as we got. So it's wonderful news. I was excited to hear this, and it is actually in my backyard. So I look forward to participating in the process of that happening. So thank you.
Thank you. That was Board Member Griego. Really pleased for you to see that coming together after all your work. Next, I'm going to review the rest of the agenda. We have minutes, consent items, public comment for items that are not on the agenda, a legislative update, presentation from the Corps of Engineers, and 2 board items. The first one is an action item to approve a permit for the Black Rascal Creek Flood Control Project. And the second is an informational item about the Yola Bypass Cache Slough Master Plan. After that, we have our regular Department of Water Resources updates and an action item to approve the Department of Water Resources maintenance area budget for fiscal year 26-27. And then we have another informational item on watershed studies alignment with the 27 flood plan. Then we have our staff activity reports, board comments, and committee updates. I'll talk about upcoming meetings, and my understanding is that we do not have a closed session today. We will not have a closed session today, so that will be the last item on the agenda. Is there anybody that would like to reorder items on the agenda or discuss it? With that, we will turn to the minutes. As the secretary, I reviewed the minutes, and I believe they're in order. This is for the March 27, 2026 minutes, and I'll entertain a motion for their approval.
I move to approve the motion, the minutes.
I'll second.
Moved by Board Member Countryman and seconded by Board Member Griego. Would anybody like to debate the motion? I'll call for a vote.
Member Andrews?
Aye.
Member Bosler is absent. Member Countryman?
Yes.
Member Griego?
Yes.
Secretary Johnson?
Aye. Next item here is our consent items, and we have board staff Greg Harvey standing in for Michael Wright, who will present the agenda.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Board Member Johnson, members of the board. Today we have 5 consent items. Greg Harvey, manager of the Flood System Improvement Branch. Good morning, Board Member Johnson. We've got 5 consent items today. Permit 19839, the Bees Lake Habitat Restoration Project in Yellow County. We have item 5B, permit number 19999, utility relocation for the Caltrans Biney Junction project in Yuba County. And we have item 5C, which is permit number 20075, Comcast utilities relocation for the Natomas Basin Civil Works project. And all 3 consent items are in order. Haven't heard any comments from the Army Corps of Engineers or any other agencies or the public.
Thank you, Greg. First, I'll ask if there are any board members who would like to remove any of these items from the consent agenda. I'll turn to the public now to see if there's anybody who would like to comment on the consent items or remove them from the consent agenda. Seeing and hearing nothing, we'll call for a vote.
I'll make a motion.
Call for the motion first. That's what I was thinking, but not what I said.
I already did.
I'll second.
I was thinking it. We have a motion by Board Member Grego and a second by Board Member Countryman. Is there anybody who would like to debate the motion? Now we'll call for a vote. We already heard the public comment.
Member Andrews?
Aye.
Member Bosler is absent. Member Countryman?
Yes.
Member Griego?
Yes.
Secretary Johnson?
Aye. The next item here is public comment. This is for items that are not on the agenda, and we invite anybody to step forward and speak for 3 minutes. I have 2 speaker cards. We'll do it in the order that I received them and ask if there's anybody else. First up, Nancy Niskern. Niskern.
There we go. Thank you. My name is Nancy Niskern. I'm with American River Trees, and I have a summary of what's going on in Napa River, planning for work there. And everybody should have a copy of that by now. Thank you, or the board members. I understand that Jacob Katz sent an email to most of the board members and other people in the area. He's worked here before. He's a PhD environmentalist, and he was in celebration, and I will explain the process that got him there. The Corps had completed some flood protection projects in the Napa Valley and offered plans for the 6.9-mile river run through the center of Napa. The Corps presented plans relying on traditional flood control measures, including straightening the main channel and constructing high flood walls. The non-federal sponsor, the Flood Control and Water Conservation District, and locals could not support the Corps design as presented. Voter approval for matching funds at the local level failed twice. The information I'm getting is from interviewing some of the staff at the district as well as the public information. And I only have 3 minutes, so I did my best to present this. A community coalition was formed to rework the design, consisting of 25 agencies and 400 individuals, and took place over a 2-year span. The Corps also sat in on these meetings. The coalition met to devise a plan for construction for the river, how to bring flood protection and watershed management to Napa River Valley without sacrificing environmental restoration and economic revitalization. Their plan was built on a set of living river principles based on geomorphic, water quality, and habitat considerations. The overall objective was to maintain a long-term sustaining river ecosystem that is a living Napa River system. This required a creative blend of knowledge about ecology, engineering, natural fish and wildlife habitat, water quality and supply, recreational opportunities. They also wanted to maintain the aesthetic qualities and be able to enhance the human environment. And I have a website for you if you'd like to access that. The Flood Control and Water Conservation District conducted further engineering and incremental analysis in 2017 to reevaluate the remaining authorized project elements. This included several analyses, including hydraulic analysis to discrete increments. In 2019, USACE concurred with the sponsor's assessment, with some exceptions. and the public approved by supporting the taxes for Measure A, increasing taxes for the flood protection project. Their cooperative project was recently celebrated and published in the core newsletter DVIDs on April 2nd. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. I'm familiar a little bit with that project, and it is impressive work and impressive how they work together. Our next speaker is Rod Ratto.
Good morning, Secretary Johnson and board members. I'm here to speak for Lake Bottom, which is a landowner along the Stanislaus River. And we received a letter from the flood board dated March 30th about a permit number 20067. And we have not received any other information about the project details. And so we'd like to engage with the board staff to find out what the project is, what it entails, where it will be located, how many levee penetrations there'll be, when the work will be done, who's financially responsible. And I would suppose these are all basic project details, and so we're hoping to find the appropriate staff member to talk to about that. The letter gave us 20 days to respond, and so I sent a letter to the board with a protest, I guess, if that's what it is. But really what our interest is at this point is just to get project details. But I suppose the protest may make its way back to the board at some point. But really, as I say, we're interested in finding out about the project and knowing what the details are. And so that's my request. And several staff members already this morning have approached me and have spoken to me. And so I think I will have that engagement. So that's the extent of my comments. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for coming. As you know, we don't engage on these, but I was guessing that perhaps you'd had a hallway conversation that might get you started on this. So
Yes.
Thanks to the board staff who went out of their way to do that.
Yes, thank you.
Is there any other person in the room who would like to make a public comment on an item not on the agenda? And online?
None online.
Board Member Countryman.
I just, not the specific one, but I'm just, in general, when we send a notice out to adjacent landowners about a permit, don't we give details about what the work is, or we just give a permit number?
Chris?
The letter describes the project, it describes the size of the pipe, whether it'll be below ground or not. In one, there's several pipes that are described, but it's not perfectly clear whether there's two or three to me. One pipe has a length to it, the other one doesn't. So there's one paragraph of detail, but that really, it's not sufficient. I mean, the total is incomplete, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Countryman. Our next item here is agenda item number 7, legislative update. You have a written update in your packet, and I'll invite our executive officer to elaborate or comment on anything first, and then turn to board members for the same reason.
I have no comments to make.
Are there any board members who would like to discuss the legislative update? Seeing nothing, we move to agenda item 8. This is a presentation by the Corps of Engineers for the levee inspection results for the American River Flood Control District, American River Right Bank, and Thomas East Main Drain Canal levee system. And board staff, Zubair Dosu, will kick it off.
Thank you, Board Member Johnson, Secretary Johnson. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, other board members and everyone in the public here today. Today, we will be given a presentation on the final inspection report for the American River Flood Control District, American River Right Bank, Natomas East Main Drainage Canal. So since that's a mouthful for Natomas East Main Drainage Canal, we'll shorten that to NEMDIC going further in this presentation. Joined with me today is Jasmine Tahiro from Army Corps of Engineers Operation Division. And my name, again, is Zubair Dosu from the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, manager of the Deferred Encroachment Compliance section. Next slide, please. Here's a vicinity map of the levee system. It is located in Sacramento County. It provides protection to the northern Sacramento area as well as the Arden Arcade community. The levee system within the protected area is also the Hagenwood Elementary School and as well as the Rio Americana Jesuit High School. There's also the Arden Fair Mall as well as Cal Expo in the protected area. But this levee system provides protection to approximately 11 square miles of primary residential as well as industrial and commercial developments. And as you can see there on the map, Interstate 80 as well as Highway 160 crosses through the levee system. So this levee system has been improved to Army Corps of Engineer project standards by 1955, and also recently there has been significant improvements to this levee system through the American River Common Features project. So we'll take a look at some of those improvements that were done and how they relate to the inspection report. But now I'll welcome Jasmine to provide her reporting on the ratings of the levee system. And I do want to acknowledge also here with us today is District Engineer Pro Mitra for MBK, as well as the American River Flood Control District General Manager Tim Kerr. So they're more than welcome to answer any questions or provide any comments as necessary. So without further ado, welcome Jasmine.
Good morning, Secretary Johnson, members of the board. As Zubair mentioned, my name is Jasmine Tijero. I'm a civil engineer in the inspection section at the Army Corps. Next slide. The American River Right Bank NEMDEC levee system is comprised of 4 segments, totaling about 23 miles along mostly urban developments, along the American River, the Natomas East Main Drainage Canal, and Arcade Creek. The American River Flood Control Agency is the levee maintaining agency for all 4 segments. Next slide. There are various features along this levee system, including levee embankment and flood wall features shown on this report card, as well as 2 federal pump stations captured in the report card on the following slide. These report cards identify the overall item rating of each item for each of the 4 segments. For the levee embankment items shown, unacceptable conditions that are expected to have a negative impact on performance of the project during a flood event were identified within the encroachments item. You'll often see this abbreviated to unacceptable NIOP. This system includes several pipe crossings that were rated unacceptable NIOP because of pipe integrity test results. Next slide. As shown on this pump station report card, no unacceptable NIOP observations were identified for any items at the pump stations. This system has an approved letter of intent to develop a system-wide improvement framework, SWIFT plan, so the levee system will remain active in the PL 8499 rehabilitation program despite having some unacceptable NIOP observations. Next slide. We've collected images to represent typical and notable conditions along the system. Since there were a variety of features on the system, we'll be showing levee embankment conditions, followed by an additional slide with pump station and flood wall conditions. Shown here are levee embankment observations, one within each segment. Image 1 shows wooden fencing that ranged from 0 to 5 feet from the levee toe. Conditions like this were observed intermittently throughout the entire system. The proximity of the fence to the levee could interfere with maintenance and emergency operations. Therefore, this fence was rated unacceptable, but not likely to negatively impact the performance of the project during a flood event. Image 2 shows deep rills greater than 6 inches deep on the landside slope with minimal to no sod cover. This reach of missing sod cover and resulting damage to the levee extends for almost half a mile. These rills were rated unacceptable, but not likely to negatively impact the performance of the project during a flood event. Image 3 shows a closure structure at Del Paso Road. There are 4 closure structures within this system. 3 of the 4 structures, including the one shown, are metal floodgates that are regularly maintained, with regular trial erections performed by the City of Sacramento and written closure plans available. The 3 closure structures that are regularly maintained and have a written plan were rated acceptable. The 4th closure structure, located at the eastmost end of the levee system across Arden Way at William B. Pond Park, is rated unacceptable but not likely to negatively impact the project performance during a flood event, because although the board permit for this low point requires closure, no written closure plan was made available to us. Image 4 shows a closure valve on the waterside hinge of a pipe running through the levee. The integrity test results for this crossing indicated that there are major pipe integrity deficiencies that are likely to have a negative impact on the project performance during a flood event. Therefore, this was rated unacceptable NIOP. Next slide. Shown here are typical and notable conditions of the flood walls and pump stations. None were found that were rated unacceptable NIOP within the flood, wall, and pump station observations. Photo number 5 shows a flood wall monolith joint where deterioration of the concrete has resulted in exposure of the rebar and water stop at the joint. Unrepaired damage could progress and lead to failure of the flood wall operating as intended, and was therefore rated unacceptable but not likely to negatively impact the project performance during a flood event. Photo 6 shows an apparent recent repair to a crack along the flood wall. The LMA appears to be actively repairing deficiencies in the flood walls. This repair was rated acceptable. Photo 7 shows the waterside outlet structure at pumping plant number 1, located north of the American River. Many pipes within the system, including these 7 pipes, were rated unacceptable, but not likely to negatively impact the project performance during a flood event because there were no available integrity tests to review for those pipes. Photo number 8 shows 4 mechanical trash racks at pumping plant number 2. At the time of the inspection, 1 trash rack was non-operational and actively under repair. Another trash rack needed a replacement part, but was still operable. The other 2 trash racks were fully operable. The LMA had awareness of the deficiencies and a plan for repairing the facilities, showing that the LMA regularly maintains the pumping plant facilities to ensure operability. The trash racks in this scenario were rated minimally acceptable due to their reduced operability at the time of inspection. The conditions observed throughout the system should continue to be monitored and deficiencies addressed in the operations and maintenance of the levee system. Thank you, board members, for your attention. I'll now pass the podium back to Zubair.
Thank you, Jasmine, for those updates. Going forward here, what you're looking at is a comparison from the 2010 Army Corps of Engineers inspection to the 2023 recent inspection. And the highlights are shown in green. For each levee segment, they did improve in the general category for operations and maintenance. But I do want to remind you, since the 2010 inspection, this levee system was rated minimally acceptable, so it did have eligibility in the PL 8499 program. So it currently still does. At a point in time for almost a year, it did have dual eligibility, so there are 2 ways to have eligibility in the PL 8499 program. That is either through passing the Army Corps of Engineers inspection with acceptable or minimally acceptable ratings, or to be a participant in the SWIFT program. So as of May of last year, the letter of intent, the LOI, was approved for this levee system, as Jasmine noted previously. So we are optimistic that this system, as they continue to implement their SWIFT, that they will again arrive at having dual eligibility. Next slide, please. This slide shows the enforcement efforts for this system, the enforcement cases that were resolved since the 2010 inspection. So we have 2 enforcement cases along the Arcade levee segment that relate to an AT&T duck bank. And then for the American River levee segment, we did have 5 enforcement cases, one relating to a video inspection that was obtained for a pipe crossing through the levee. We did have a case relating to a retaining wall that was constructed outside of the easement area, and then a case relating to a relocated gas line, as well as a case relating to a rehabilitated sewer. The last case, which relates to a permitted pool, was a case in 2019. As you can see there, the levee system, that alignment no longer extends to the location of that last case, and that is due to the Water Resources Development Act of 2022 that deauthorized this portion of the levee from Arden Way to Claremont Road. That's approximately around 3,000 feet of levee segment. Next slide, please. Here we have a table that shows the unacceptable observations with negative impact on performance that was identified by Army Corps of Engineers inspection. So along the Arcade Creek levee segment, there were 3 unacceptable NIOP items. And then lastly, along the American River levee segment, there was 1 unacceptable NIOP item, bringing the total for this levee system to 4 unacceptable negative impact on performance observations. So in total, this is for a total of the unacceptable items. And so what I mean by unacceptable, that these observations did not meet Army Corps of Engineers standards, but did not have a negative impact on performance as it was identified, but they're still unacceptable. That total was 228 items. Next slide, please. Here we're looking at an enforcement case along Arcade Creek. This is underneath the Rio Linda Bridge. And this is an enforcement case that related to an AT&T duck bank. There was a permit issued to Pac Bell at the time, this was in 1988, to replace a damaged duck bank. And when they did that work, they were conditioned to remove the damaged duck bank. Well, when American River Common Features project went forward for the North Area Streams improvements along Arcade Creek to install a cutoff wall on this levee segment, they came into a conflict with the abandoned duck bank that was never removed. So essentially, through enforcement efforts, working with enforcement staff with AT&T, they were able to abandon this duck bank in place and install the cutoff wall for the project. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the next following slides, we will take a look at the items that were unacceptable negative impact on performance. And starting with the photo number 1 at the top. So the photo on the left is photos from the Army Corps of Engineers inspection report. The photos on the right, they aren't in the Army Corps of Engineers inspection report, but this is the observations they use to make their assessments for their ratings for these encroachments. So all of the pipe crossings are the same configuration. This one we're looking at is a storm drain inlet. It's owned by the city. There's a pipe that goes through the levee. There is a concrete vault at the top of the levee that houses the positive closure valve. And on the water side of the levee, there is a flap gate as well as a trash rack. So the photo to the right shows, you can see there's some disfiguration in there. That's what they observed as multiple fractures. And because that is a structural defect, this was rated unacceptable NIOP. So photo number 2, same configuration with the drainage inlet, pipe through the levee, and trash rack and flap gate on the water side, 15-inch pipe. It is a steel pipe, but then at some point it does transition to a reinforced concrete pipe, and there was observed to be a medium joint separation, and because that is a structural defect, again, it was rated unacceptable NIOP. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is our last pipe, and this is a county-owned storm drain facility. It has the same configuration as the last pipe, so there is an inlet as well as a pipe through the levee, trash rack, and flap gate on the water side. In this pipe, it's a 15-inch pipe through the levee, if I didn't mention that. But in the video inspection report, it was identified that this pipe had surface damage corrosion. And again, because it is a structural defect, it was rated unacceptable NIOP. And I do want to mention that for these pipes, they did have multiple defects. So just because we're looking at surface damage corrosion doesn't mean there wasn't joint separations identified too as well. So it's a combination of factors that led to these pipes being unacceptable and negative impact on performance. So at the time when Army Corps of Engineers did provide the board with the draft inspections, and in turn we did share that with American River Flood Control District. These video inspections were not done yet. So essentially these pipes were not scoped at the time, but the DWR department, deferred maintenance program, they did go forward with the video inspection of these pipes, so that led to new information, and in turn that information was shared with Army Corps of Engineers. So it left less time for the district to resolve these problems, but they are now aware of the deficiencies related to these pipes, and they are making the necessary corrective actions to get these problems resolved. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions that you may have. And again, we do have the district in attendance today too. I can see board member Countryman.
As usual, we'll start with board member comments, and as usual for items of the sort, we'll start with board member Countryman.
The fencing that was shown that was 5 feet from the levee toa, was that one instance or is that prevalent throughout?
It's a common problem in urbanized areas. You know, the building up to the levee with residents, they're going to have fences. So I would imagine it's a multiple problems within the inspection report. But problem. Again, it was rated as unacceptable because it's not per the Corps standards, but it doesn't impact the levee performance.
But as part of the SWIFT process, that's going to be corrected?
That is noted in the SWIFT to correct the encroachments that are unacceptable. And yes, they do have a plan to correct those items. This could possibly be something that is permitted to be within our easement if the district states that it isn't a hindrance to their ability to operate and maintain the levee and flood fight.
Is this a situation like we had in the pocket where we have to do a detailed survey to locate our property, our easement?
Typically, that would be the responsibility of the encroachment owner. As we know, we understand our limits, but if there's any conflict with that, then they can go out and do the necessary work to get that area surveyed. But it's more so the need to have the encroachment permitted because it exists within the easement.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Countryman. Board Member Griego?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that, Bear. I know in the area where I live at, that's been an issue, you know, where the house butts right up against there. There's fencing, wood fencing. It's been an issue trying to maintain, you know, they used to burn those levees. Now they bring in, you know, animals to eat at that, just to make sure that there is no damage to the levees. So when you go through the process of permitting it, you know, and making sure that encroachment is permitted, what kind of requirements do you put on that permit?
Right, so we'll have our standard requirements that are placed on the permit, but one thing during the permit process, we would seek the endorsement from the LMA as well. Okay. So they would have their opportunity to chime in to speak to what conditions are necessary for that fence to exist in that location.
Okay, very good. Thank
So
you.
that is not a conflict for them to do maintenance in the future.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. And are there any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing nothing, I'll ask members of the public first in the room if any of you have any comments you would like to make.
One more question.
Oh, we're going to go back to Board Member Countryman first.
What, the LOI SWIFT, what's the schedule for that? Do we currently have a schedule?
Yeah, so essentially the letter of intent was approved last year in May, and the requirement is 1 year from that date that the progress report is submitted. And then after that year, so 2 years after the approval, the SWIFT plan is required.
So May's coming up, so we'll see something. Because May's coming up next month, we'll see something from the American River Flood Control.
Yeah, and I'm sure it will highlight a lot of improvements that were done underway from 1 year of work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll turn to public comment from people first in the room. Saying nothing, we'll ask if we have anybody online.
None online.
Thank you. And with that, we'll thank our presenters.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have board item 9A. This is an action item, and it is for approval of a permit for the Black Rascal Creek Flood Control Project in Merced County. And Michael Zalazzo will present the item and introduce the other presenters.
Yeah, good morning, Secretary Johnson and members of the board. My name is Mike Zalazzo. I am a senior engineer with the board's Flood System Improvement Branch. I will be leading today's presentation on approving the Merced County Black Rascal Creek Flood Control Project under permit number 19643. Nathan Bray, Director of Public Works for Merced County, and Rob Tull, who's the project manager from Jacobs, working on behalf of the county, will provide supplementary remarks at the end of the presentation. Can help answer any questions. Next slide. Thank you. So the board has been working on this project for the last 4.5 years, and we've come to the board 5 times in just as many years after receiving the application in October of 2021. We engaged the Army Corps in April 22 by issuing the statement of no objection, and then agreed to assume operation and maintenance responsibilities in July of 23. We came back to the board for a briefing in January of 25 to give an update on the permitting activities and the new Army Corps risk-informed design guidelines. And then most recently in February of this year, we briefed the board on the status of the risk-informed design process and the plan to consider approval of this permit at today's hearing. Today's presentation will focus on demonstrating that the project is not injurious to the state plan of flood control, and that approval of the permit will support the board's efforts in responding to the flood problems in the upper San Joaquin River region. Next slide, please. The project here is located in the rural eastern part of Merced County, approximately 5 miles northeast of the city of Merced. Major roadways include the Central Yosemite Highway, that's State Route 140, running east-west south of Bear Creek, and State Highway 59, running north and south, that's west of Merced, and Highway 99 that runs through the city to the southeast, along with other critical infrastructure that would be affected by, potentially affected by flooding. The project is part of the ongoing regional efforts of the Upper San Joaquin River Basin agencies to reduce the flooding to cities and disadvantaged communities, especially the community of Franklin Beechwood. That's off to the west. Next slide, please. Black Rascal Creek runs through the project site before being diverted from its natural course that led westward into the city, as illustrated in the figure at the top right. The federal project levees, they funnel water into a diversion canal or channel that leads south into Bear Creek before flowing westward into the city of Merced. Off to the left of where Black Rascal Creek is in the top of the photo is Fairfield Canal, which runs north to south along the west side of Black Rascal Creek and the southern diversion channel. And before it joins Bear Creek, and also discharging into the city of Merced. There are non-federal levees also that run adjacent to Bear Creek, not shown in the picture. Those are designed not to overtop so long as flows are limited in those reaches during the 200-year event. This project will provide a 200-year level of protection for the city of Merced and at least a 100-year level for the Franklin Beechwood area, protect them from flooding. Next slide. So this is an aerial that shows a southward view of the components of the existing floodway and conveyance system, starting from the north, which is the bottom of the picture. Flows from higher elevations and a remnant channel enter into the floodway from the bottom left. And the floodway then is bounded by the federal project east and west levees. The Fairfield Canal, you can see it running adjacent to the west levee. It parallels the diversion channel as it moves to the south, past Yosemite Avenue and out past Olive Avenue bridges to Bear Creek, and then flowing into Merced. So the system sort of functions like a informal flood detention system as it is, as Black Rascal Creek floods its overbank. It's the bank opposite of the levee can fill the land between the west and east-west levees. And so this project really is just expanding upon that and providing additional flood detention to manage the flows for this 200-year event. Next slide. So Black Rascal Creek has a history of flood events with at least 7 events occurring since 1937. This event shown here was from 2006, where the levees overtopped near Yosemite Avenue and breached near Highway 99, which inundated the city and surrounding communities. The photo on the left is of Highway 99 looking downstream from Ashby Road near the Franklin Beechwood area. The photo on the right is an aerial view of the Riviera Mobile Home Park, which is a senior living area just off Highway 59. And during the 2006 flood event, 3,400 citizens had to be evacuated. 300 residents and agricultural properties were damaged, ultimately costing about $21 million. The event also caused untreated sewer system overflows, resulting in public health concerns in the area. And that event was estimated to be between a 70 and 100-year return period, 70 and 140 year return period. So what the county did in response to this event was develop a feasibility report in 2009 to look at options for determining which would be the most effective project for mitigating and reducing flood risks, and also reducing water quality and public health concerns, and reducing damages to agricultural and residential properties, and restoring historical floodplains, enhancing riparian habitats, which are all the benefits of this project that's being proposed for approval today. Next slide. So Black Rascal Creek, if you're interested in understanding where it came from, headwaters are up near the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, and the watershed, well, it drains a watershed area of about 31 square miles. It also has additional flows from La Grande Canal, and which comes from Lake Yosemite, and Fairfield Canal, which doesn't contribute flows to the watershed. It just runs adjacent from Lake Yosemite and empties into Bear Creek. Operation of Lake Yosemite is controlled by the Merced Irrigation District. During winter high flow conditions, the La Grande Canal is blocked within the watershed and diverted into Black Rascal Creek, adding to its natural flows from the watershed. And so the 2009 feasibility study evaluated several different alternatives for a detention basin that are scattered around the southern part of the watershed. But this proposed project was selected as the superior option to bolster the system in meeting the needs of the surrounding communities. Next slide, please. So here's a look at parts of the system from around December of 2023. The West Levee, which is in yellow, that runs along the Fairfield Canal is shown in the top photo looking to the north. The land side is on the left of the picture and the water side is on the right. On the water side, there is a small drainage ditch that runs adjacent to the levee up to where the Fairfield Canal bends off to the west at the far north of the project site. You can kind of see it if you look past the levee in the picture. The photo on the bottom shows a view of Black Rascal Creek from the Yosemite Avenue Bridge looking to the north. And off in the distance, where the east levee bends, will be the location of the principal spillway, to give you a reference point. Next slide. Here is a photo of the east levee looking, which is along the left bank of Black Rascal Creek, and you're looking to the northeast. This levee will be degraded, and the channel of Black Rascal Creek will be realigned in an arc that better approaches the spillway just north of Yosemite Avenue. Lands to the right have been acquired as part of the project and have recently been cleared of orchards that are shown in the picture. It would be to the right of the levee. Next slide. So to form the detention basin, Merced County proposes to construct two embankments that are shown in red that work to function similar to the west and east federal levees. The new west embankment would be located at least 15 feet from that drainage ditch along the existing levee waterside toe that would tie into high ground to the north. The new south embankment would mostly parallel Yosemite Avenue and tie into high ground near Arboleta Drive. To make way for the new south embankment, PG&E will need to relocate a utility line that is within the project footprint, and that application is currently under review. There are additional existing encroachments that are located within the basin that would need to be permitted since they would now be part of the new floodway. Next slide. The county proposes to construct a 2.5-foot wide soil bentonite slurry or seepage barrier wall to prevent underseepage. The diagram shows the construction sequence starting with from top left to bottom right, starting with excavation of native material and backfilling with homogeneous clay before constructing the wall at the waterside hinge, and then moving down to the bottom row, placing a cap, monitoring settlement for up to a year, and then the next construction season completing the removing that cap and then completing the embankment as part of the project. Next slide, please. The main outlet of the basin is a 15-foot wide concrete spillway set flush with the existing channel bottom. The figure on the right is the basin hydrograph showing the flow into the basin by the black line and the flow out of the basin by the blue line. The project reduces peak flow from about 5,500 cubic feet per second to under 3,000 cubic feet per second, which is the design flow rate of the diversion channel. And that is one of the design objectives of the project. There's a horizontal dashed line in black to match up with the 3,000 CFS. It should be straight across. The spillway will pass normal creek flows unhindered, but restricts excess flows starting around the 2,000 CFS mark, and detains water in order to contain those outflows within the diversion canal. So the spillway had to be sized to meet the design objective of limiting flows to 3,000 CFS. And then also meet the freeboard requirement downstream of the project to where Yosemite Avenue Bridge crosses the canal, which proved to be the limiting factor. So the gap between 3,000 and where it's right around 2,700 is where that limiting factor comes into play. It had to meet at least 1 foot of clearance below the low quarter of the Yosemite Avenue Bridge. And then, let's see what else. The spillway would increase velocities in the reach upstream of Yosemite Avenue, that's shown in the two figures on the left. And then to reduce the effects of scour and erosion, project is including large quarry stone upstream and downstream of the spillway. Next slide. The project includes an auxiliary spillway, which is safely past the probable maximum flood in conjunction with operation of the principal spillway. It's a 350-foot long concrete ogee weir structure with a downstream stilling basin and an area of riprap for erosion control. Now, the spillway becomes active only above the 200-year event and is designed to provide the project with at least 1.5 feet or 1.5 feet above freeboard above the probable maximum flood elevation. And it's looking at the table on the bottom right, and it's providing 2.1 feet on top of that probable maximum flood elevation of 212.16 to meet for an embankment elevation of 214.7. Okay, next slide. The project's flood risk reduction is shown here in a water surface elevation difference map. Areas in blue represent decreases in flooding during the 200-year event compared to what would be experienced with the existing system. The greatest benefit is in areas to the city's northeast and near the west and in the Franklin Beechwood community. Flooding increases within the project site only and limits which are within the limits of the property rights the county plans to acquire. Next slide. The project team conducted a geotechnical analysis by reviewing various standards and guidance documents for both levees and dams, as the project could be viewed as either structure. And the team designed the project to meet the more stringent criteria between the two types of standards. The team reviewed documents from the Natural Resources Conservation Service, the Department of Water Resources, and various Army Corps documents, as well as board standards in Title 23. The table on the left, actually the table is on the right, left-right challenge today, is an excerpt of the seepage analysis results for different model runs at select locations along the west embankment. The objective for seepage is to obtain a factor of safety of at least 3 for seepage exit gradients. And the results in the far right column meet that, except for the top row in which the adjacent wetland was assumed to be dry. And during a 200-year event, that's not a realistic assumption when most of the area is inundated. Since the team modeled the existing condition in its geotechnical analysis, any modification to the adjacent Fairfield Canal or ditches would require a subsequent geotechnical analysis to demonstrate that seepage would not be induced due to changes in the existing conditions. Next slide. As I mentioned, one of the design objectives is to provide at least 1 foot of clearance beneath the Yosemite Avenue Bridge and also the Olive Avenue Bridge. So the Yosemite Avenue Bridge was the limiting factor, the harder one to meet in terms of sizing the spillway. But showing here on the table in the top left, with the project at Yosemite Avenue Bridge, we are meeting that 1 foot of clearance. As a result of the spillway, though, of increased velocities, there is a potential for scour at the central pier footings of the bridge that would expose the bottom of the footing at around elevation of 190.8, where the call-out is being shown at the picture in the middle. The county is looking into mitigating that effect as part of a future project. Next slide. The project includes 3 culverts to help with drainage around the site. Culvert 1 in the northwest corner is a set of 3 36-inch steel pipes to alleviate ponding outside the project. So that would be on the left side. Culvert number 2 is a 36-inch reinforced concrete pipe to connect the west levee drainage swale with the diversion channel downstream of the spillway. And then culvert number 3 is a 30-inch reinforced concrete pipe that would drain the area downstream of the auxiliary spillway flowing into the diversion channel. Next slide. Ramps will be constructed at 5 locations to provide access to the levee crest, and they will be 12 feet wide with a gravel surface compliant with Title 23 standards. Now, can we skip to slide 21? And we'll come back to the other ones there. Thank you very much. Site access to the western embankment and spillway area is provided from Yosemite Avenue, and gates will be placed to the west of the spillway. Access to the southern embankment is at the eastern end of that embankment at a gate off Yosemite Avenue, just west of North Arboleta Road, off to the right. Other gates are provided at all entrances to the embankments to prevent unauthorized access. And a new chain link fence will be placed along Yosemite Avenue and Arboleta Road. That's the southern and eastern edges of the project. And then field wire fencing will be placed along the northern side of the property to keep cattle out of the area off to the north. All right, let's move back to slide 19, please. Okay. Restoration work includes excavation of two new channels, H1 and H2, that will meet up when Black Rascal Creek is realigned to better approach this principal spillway, as shown by the yellow arc in the map on the left. What we're calling H1 is a channel to reactivate the abandoned tributary of the creek north of the basin, and will restore about 7 acres of intermittent stream channel and associated riparian habitat. Next slide. And that new channel, those 2 new channels, first one, H1, is going to support not only riparian vegetation within the channel itself, but it'll have surrounding oak savanna habitat, as well as providing some upper riparian habitat adjacent to the channel. And so the area between H1 and H2 is going to be kind of connected by an oak savanna habitat. And then H2, which is a secondary channel, will also support additional riparian habitat, but it'll be graded to convey storm flows from the main Black Rascal Creek channel through the North Basin, but only activated during an event that has a return period of 2 years, the 2-year storm event. So it's going to be inundated frequently to provide that necessary habitat for aquatic and riparian species. So about 11 acres of habitat restoration will be restored as part of that H2 creation. And then we're going to skip to slide 22. There you go, perfect. The project will expand flood control, the Sacramento San Joaquin District Drainage District's flood control easement that's currently within the project, shown in green on the left photo. And that area is between the existing east and west levees. And so what we're going to do is expand that property right to cover the entire basin. On the right side, shown by the areas in red, will be a flood control easement there required by Merced County. And then to account for the additional area to be inundated during the 200-year design storm event, areas to the north, as outlined in blue, will also be required for a flowage easement by the county and transferred to the district. Next slide. Staff reviewed the county's CEQA documents and found that approving the permit to construct the project would not result in any significant adverse impacts related to flood risk. Next slide. And at the last check-in in February, we were planning to receive the Army Corps' Notice of Complete Submittal, and which we did receive April 3rd, and that has allowed us to bring this permit to be considered for approval this month on the condition of receiving the Army Corps' letter of permission, which we expect to receive in early June, if not earlier. Merced County will then begin construction contracting efforts with the hope of beginning construction in October or the fall of this year. It could be pushed into the winter, but that's what we're expecting, to have 2 construction seasons to complete the project. Next slide. So staff has reviewed the project. We found it to be compliant with standards in Title 23. It's a considerable project in meeting the objectives of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan and the regional flood management plans for the area. And we recommend that the board approve the permit to construct the project, adopt the CEQA findings, and then direct the executive officer to execute the permit. That concludes my presentation for today. I'd like to thank the board for its time over the last 4.5, 5 years in hearing presentations on this project. I believe it's an important project that warranted that. I'm going to pass it off to Merced County with Nathan Bray to offer any supplemental remarks. And then if other folks want to comment, I'll let Nathan take care of that, and then open it up for questions and comments from the board. Thank you very much. Nathan?
Good morning, Secretary Johnson and board members. My name is Nathan Bray. I'm the Director of Public Works and Road Commissioner for Merced County. Excited to be with you again. There's a lot of information there, but I don't know if I'm going to necessarily have anything to say to supplement that, but I wanted to make sure that I was here to answer any questions that the board may have. I also have Rob Toll from Jacobs Engineering. He is my primary design consultant, my technical expert. So if there's questions that either myself or Mike Zalesko cannot answer, I'm sure Rob can. So Rob, did you want to say anything at all? We're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the presentation. We will turn to the board here for any questions of the presenters or comments on the proposed action. Joe Countryman, board member Joe Countryman.
I think I'd mentioned previously that I was involved in flood litigation twice on the Merced River, and saw firsthand the need for this project. This is a really significant project that has real important benefits. They're not, you know, way out there someplace. I noticed that the system is designed to not overtop for the PMF. Is that because Safety of Dams found that the storage area constituted a dam, or how did you come up with that?
So the California Department of Water Resources Division of Safety of Dams was consulted on the project and determined that it was not going to be a dam, but the project was sized to meet that requirement just in case, along with other federal requirements. The downstream area, because of the proximity to Merced, the city of Merced, the project was considered to be an extremely high hazard area. And so in order to meet the requirements for building the project needed to meet freeboard requirements for both the PMF and the 200-year design event.
Yeah, and
whichever
just
was
for
more.
clarity, it's not providing flood protection to the PMF, it's providing overtop protection to the constructed facilities for the PMF, right?
Right, it's designed not to fail, to safely pass the PMF.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a 200-year design for controlled, let's say controlled release through the diversion. And the PMF is just to protect the newly constructed embankments.
Right.
Okay, well, I'm a big proponent for this project. I hope it moves forward quickly.
Thank you, Board Member Countryman. I agree. Any other comments or questions from the board? Board Member Griego.
Yeah, I just want to, not a question, but just a comment. You know, when I see the pictures of that kind of flooding that occurred in the trailer park and the highways, I'm so happy to see this project moving forward. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Board Member Andrews.
Also, just a brief comment. This is, in my mind, a very well-conceived, common-sense approach to addressing a very significant flooding problem, and I'm glad to see it finally get to this milestone. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will open public comment. First in the room. Seeing nothing, we'll ask online.
None online.
And hearing nothing, we will close public comment and turn back to the board. We've already said we all like it, but you may now offer any final comments or make a motion as you see fit.
I'll go ahead and make the motion for the recommended action.
I'm glad to second that.
We have a motion by Board Member Griego and a second by Board Member Andrews. Is there any debate on the motion? Now we will call for a vote.
Member Andrews?
Aye.
Member Bosler is absent. Member Countryman?
Yes.
Member Griego?
Yes.
Secretary Johnson?
Aye. Thanks, everybody. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to point out that it is April 2026, 20 years to the month from when that historic flooding happened. So thank you to the board for making this occasion.
Yes, indeed. Our next item is number 9B. This is an information item about the Yola Bypass Cash Slough Master Plan. And Christine Van Skyke will kick it off.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Secretary Johnson and board members. I'm Christine Van Skyke, board staff and program manager for the Flood Planning and Programs branch. Here with me today is my colleague, Mary Jimenez, with the Department of Water Resources. We're glad to be back with an informational item to present on the Yolo Bypass Cash Slough final draft release of the master plan. We're happy to announce that the master plan was released on Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. Mary and I would like to extend a big thank you to the entire team and partners that put this plan together, a true collaboration. Next slide, please. The purpose of today's presentation is that we are at an exciting transition point. Finalizing the YBCS master plan is the time for advancing from developing the master plan to using this plan as a regional guide for project implementation. This is where the planning work translates into on-the-ground action. Today we'll cover three main areas: the purpose of the master plan, a brief background of how we got here, and the next steps highlighting the key recommendations for putting this plan into action. This matters now more than ever. We're facing accelerating climate change impacts, aging stressed infrastructure, and increasing needs for multi-benefit focus. Having a coordinated, regionally supported roadmap is essential if we want our future investments to be resilient, efficient, and aligned. Now I'll hand it over to Mary. We'll pause for questions after Mary covers the master plan development, and I'll be back to cover what's next. Mary?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mary Jimenez with the Department of Water Resources. Secretary Johnson, members of the board, pleasure to see you today. As Christine indicated, we're happy to be here today to announce that the final draft of the Yolo Bypass Cash Slough Master Plan has been released just this past Tuesday on April 21st. Years of hard work with the collaborative team through our partnership and subject matter experts have gone into development of this master plan, and I've been pleased on behalf of the department to work with the board on this important effort. As summarized here on the slide, the purpose of the Yolo Bypass Cash Slough Master Plan is to guide continued project planning and implementation consistent with the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, to inform the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Yolo Bypass Comprehensive Study, and advance the goals of the Yolo Bypass Cash Slough Partnership. As a programmatic planning framework for the region, it includes hydraulic and ecosystem baseline information in 2 of its 5 appendices. Next slide, please. DWR worked in close coordination with the board to fully engage representatives of the partnership and other interested parties by working together over the past 6 years or so on this planning effort, engaging early and often with the partnership work groups and other regional entities, providing multiple opportunities for document review and input by the partnership representatives and interested California tribes, and finally welcoming public review and comment when the public draft of the master plan was released in April 2025, and carefully considering and incorporating that feedback that we received into the final version that exists today. Next slide, please. Master plan development began back in 2020 and engagement with the partnership work groups that existed at that time. We produced the first administrative draft of the document in winter of 2023. And we shared that administrative draft with representatives from the Yolo Bypass Cash Slough Partnership and tribes. The document then went through several iterations of review and revision. We produced additional administrative drafts, and finally a public draft in April of 2025. Since then, we've continued to work with our partners and leadership to address those comments and put the final finishing touches on the draft that was released earlier this week. Next slide, please. We'd like to take the time today to formally thank the reviewers listed here on the screen that provided helpful input during the review of the various drafts along the way. The comment letters that were provided during the public review are now available on the Yolo Bypass Cash Slough Partnership website, and we also produced a higher level summary of those comments and the revisions that we made in the document in response. So we have both the comment letters themselves and a comment summary provided on the website for the public. We're especially thankful for the careful reviewers who went above and beyond just providing general comments and the really more specific feedback they gave us in those reviews. They gave us specific content contributions and edits and track changes through those multiple administrative drafts and the public draft, really reflective of the engagement and the true partnership we're seeking to continue to develop. The next slide, please. The myriad of projects and other planning efforts in the Yolo Bypass Cashlou region are of great importance to the many people that live and work in and around in the region and at all levels of government: federal, state, and regional and local governments, tribal governments, local landowners, and more. The Yolo Bypass and Cashlou region contains critical flood management infrastructure as part of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project of the Corps of Engineers and the State Plan of Flood Control. It helps protect the greater Sacramento metropolitan area that has high residual flood risk. It protects hundreds of thousands of acres of urban, rural, and agricultural communities in the Sacramento River Basin and conveys up to 80% of Sacramento River flood flows during major flood events. It is a major feature of our system in the Central Valley. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, I missed one point. Can you back one slide? One point, sorry. It also provides important ecological features, sensitive habitats and native fish and wildlife species, as well as recreational components, such as what exists in the Yolo Bypass wildlife area. The region also contains water supply infrastructure of regional and statewide importance. Next slide, please. On the screen, we're sharing the planning area for the Yolo Bypass Cashlou Master Plan. On the right, the hatched area represents the general planning area encompassing projects identified in the master plan. And on the left, the map shows the overlay with the habitat conservation planning areas located in both Yolo and Solano counties as they overlay with our regional planning area. And those habitat conservation planning areas and descriptions of those plans are included in the master plan. Next slide, please. The Yolo Bypass Cashlou region is facing intensifying pressures and challenges, as Christine has indicated. Flood risk is increasing faster than improvements to aging constrained infrastructure can occur, while extreme events are outpacing what the current flood management system can handle. I thought the Merced example today was a poignant one just south in the valley. These pressures are affecting the Sacramento River Basin as well. Climate risk and increasing swings between flood and drought conditions also affect habitat loss and decline of sensitive species. There are continued regulatory complexity and the growing costs of inaction, often slowing our progress, causing delays, and making solutions more expensive. And finally, there is an ongoing need for improved governance, operations and maintenance, and funding pathways to support the long-term success of this region. Next slide, please. A lot has been and continues to be accomplished in the Yolo Bypass Cashlou region today through both small and large-scale projects. Some of the largest projects underway are listed here on the slide, including the Big Notch Lower Elkhorn Basin Levee Setback Project, otherwise known as LEVELS, Lookout Slough, and the Sacramento Rear Widening. There are numerous smaller projects underway and completed in the region as well, even though not listed here on the slide, such as in-place levee improvements that are being implemented in the Lower Yolo Bypass, and these are being accomplished at the same time. I also want to acknowledge that regional collaboration have been part and parcel to these accomplishments, and it's essential through available venues such as those of the Yolo Bypass Cashlou Partnership work groups and committees, the Regional Flood Management Planning Group, and as well as the active engagement and venues that we've had with California tribes. These have supported both requirements and needs for effective engagement throughout development of the master plan and to the best that we can leverage these relationships and engagement moving forward in projects as well. Completing ongoing projects and doing more beyond the accomplishments to date, the master plan demonstrates that the full suite of projects envisioned in this region will provide large system-scale flood risk reduction for communities, farms, and businesses located along and far upstream from the Yolo Bypass itself, along the Sacramento and Feather Rivers, and farther downstream into the northern Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta as well. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm happy to pause for questions on my part of the presentation before handing back to Christine. Thank you.
I'll hold my questions till the end of all the presentation.
Thank you, Mary. Next slide, please. So, as Mary highlighted, flood risk is rising faster than system improvements. We're looking at the cover to Chapter 4, which is entitled The Path Forward. It's important to note that increasing climate risk exposure to the region to extremes, these wet and dry swings, sea level rise, flood risk and habitat loss, and sensitive species decline, as we move forward from developing the master plan to looking towards opportunities for improvements. The master plan includes a set of 9 recommendations moving forward. The master plan provides a guide for coordination implementation of projects in the YBCS region and highlights how collaborative efforts can provide multiple benefits. It defines a set of collective objectives and considerations that project proponents can incorporate to achieve desired outcomes. Further, this YBCS master plan frames these outcomes in the context of future climate conditions. Next slide, please. The Yolo Bypass Cashly Master Plan recommendations include 9 key areas where additional work is needed to move forward and meet the purpose of the master plan. Table 4.1 in the document provides status and recommendations in support of actions, including timing estimates of how these actions align with the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan and partnership goals. The actions also identify potential implementation leads and related entities. A summary of these recommendations will be covered next. It is important to note that the state of California is managing challenging funding conditions at this time, and new funding may be difficult to secure for some time until these conditions improve. Next slide, please. Recommendation number 1, to support the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers comprehensive study. This is an important item that's in progress. We're already working closely with the Army Corps of Engineers Comp Study team, sharing data, analysis, and local knowledge so that efforts stay aligned. The master plan was developed to support the state's broader flood risk reduction and multi-benefit goals. The plan was developed consistent with the 2022 CVFPP and the partnership's vision, so we're all rowing in the same direction. The master plan recommends early coordination with tribal partners, and the Army Corps will continue to lead this effort to understand priorities, cultural resources, and long-term objectives that can also inform the comp study. The master plan combines quantitative and qualitative data for flood, ecosystem, and related water management. This information serves as an ongoing reference for the study. The master plan's collaborative approach feeds directly into the comp study, giving it a stronger foundation for evaluating integrated and multi-benefit solutions. Next slide, please. Recommendation number 2 is to collaboratively identify, prioritize, and develop implementation improvements. The goal of the master plan is to continue the important work to implement flood management improvements in the YBCS region as described in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. This includes efforts to enhance flood protection for urban, rural, and small communities and agricultural lands. It is critical to continue the work to increase resilience and to adapt the future climate change impacts, particularly for those communities that are most vulnerable. Next slide, please. Recommendation number 3 includes developing landscape scale permitting strategies. Recommendation 3 is also a significant priority for the board in our strategic plan. This recommendation addresses the need to develop landscape scale permitting strategies to standardize and streamline the permitting processes for operations and maintenance, including understanding the feasibility of a regionally based OMR&R program, that's operations, maintenance, repair, replacement, and rehabilitation programs. It's also a recommendation for using mitigation banks or creating mitigation credits through a mitigation credit agreement and initiating memorandums of agreement to standardize and streamline some permitting elements and to provide greater transparency for the regulatory process. Next slide. Recommendation number 4, we are committed to continue to prioritize our tribal engagement by incorporating the California Water Plan and the CNRA's Tribal Stewardship Policy that was released in 2026, and to include tribal knowledge and cultural resource protection to support access and co-management opportunities in the region. Next slide, please. Recommendations number 5 and 6 A key recommendation in the master plan is increasing the local capacity to help project proponents and local maintaining agencies by supporting tools that increase or preserve local funding capacity, allowing them to better manage and deliver projects on the ground. We're also looking at ways to make the system work more smoothly, whether through more flexible funding options, governance adjustments, or regulatory approaches that reduce delays while still protecting resources. Another priority is leveraging every federal dollar that we can. That means aligning with federal programs, maximizing cost share, and advocating for increased appropriations through channels like WRDA, FEMA, and the Army Corps of Engineers. This recommendation also works to identify practical strategies for long-term O&M early as a part of the project scope before projects are fully recommended, including looking at what's needed to maintain flood infrastructure, conveyance, agriculture, tribal and cultural resources, and habitat. As Mary described, we're drawing lessons from successful projects like those of the Lower Elkhorn Basin levee setback and other projects to guide what might work region-wide, and exploring whether broader system-wide O&M assessments or pilot efforts could help create a more sustainable approach for the long run. Next slide, please. Recommendation number 7, focus on the YOLO Bypass Cash Loop Partnership. The master plan highlights opportunities to develop and document planning and implementation strategies and approaches to progress toward the goals outlined in the partnership vision. Future partnership activities could include define measurable metrics and objectives to track progress, integrate equity, social vulnerability, and community-specific needs into planning and implementation, and renewal of the partnership MOU to reflect updated signatories and refined governance structures to support Senate Bill 369. It is important to note that these recommendations are not funded at this time. Next slide. Recommendation number 8 is focused on building a shared set of data and tools that so we can clearly understand project trade-offs across the region. This includes stronger hydrologic and hydraulic tools to assess system performance, ecosystem baseline and accounting data to track habitat outcomes, economic models to compare costs and benefits, and agricultural productivity data to understand the effects on working land. Together, these tools will help evaluate projects consistently and support balanced, transparent decision-making. Next slide, please. Recommendation number 9 is to encourage and promote consistent activities in the region. This addresses the 6 regional priorities of the partnership and planning, and these goals of this effort include flood protection improvement that are consistent with the goals of the CVFPP and recognize potential future conditions and risks under climate change. Habitat and species improvements that align with the goals and objectives of the conservation strategy that leverage content from the HCPs and NCCPs and employ nature-based solutions. Water quality improvements, including the Cache Creek settling basin, which reduce the impacts of methylmercury, pesticides, sediment accumulation, and other harmful considerations. Water supply and drainage improvements that enhance agricultural productivity, promote groundwater recharge, and reduce subsidence. Agricultural resiliency and land stewardship contributes to the long sustainability of our agricultural economy. And access and recreational improvements and features such as trails, boating, nature viewing, fishing, hunting, and opportunities to support tribal and cultural values and interests. Next slide, please. In closing, working together, project implementation in the region requires sustained collaboration among state and federal agencies, tribes, local partners, and interested parties, project proponents, and others. The YBCS Master Plan provides the roadmap to guide partnership efforts over the coming years, supporting multi-benefit priorities, programs, and projects. We can continue to foster long-term strategic focus on governance, O&M readiness, and regional resiliency outlined in the CVFPP. And we'll work on building a shared understanding among interested parties about the master plan's purpose and how it aligns with other efforts, goals, and visions for this broader region. This is an opportunity to identify and consider current and future flood risk reduction plans and other key activities managed by local agencies within the region as well. The path forward depends on our shared commitment to advancing coordinated multi-benefit projects across the region. While the plan does not require formal action or adoption, the board's leadership can continue to foster alignment, collaboration, and collective progress. Last slide, please. With that, you can find the master plan, read all about it on the partnership website. You can follow this QR code, and the link is on the screen. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. I'll take the first one simply to recognize the two of you and the whole project team, and also all of our partners who engaged and contributed along the way. So thank you for that. We'll see now if board members have questions of the presenters or comments on the item. Board Member Andrews.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for the presentation today. I appreciate the development of very specific recommendations and the information that's been given about where things stand. I noted that there were two of them that say not started, and I'm betting there's not funding for either of them. But I'm curious if there has been, something along the lines of developing a sense of next steps, or perhaps an approach, or perhaps a champion for either recommendations 3 or 7, which fell into that category. Just curious where we've actually been able to get to, even if not underway.
Sure. Mary Jimenez, DWR. Thank you, Board Member Andrews. Yes, I would say there's been some early thinking that have gone into both of those recommendations. With respect to recommendation 7, early conversations on renewal of the MOU have begun, but not much more beyond that, right? So that's what I would say about 7. Yeah, there are some ideas and concepts out there on recommendation 3, but again, to your point, neither one of those are funded, and we haven't been able to move forward on them more beyond that. But it's a really good question about champions and how to move them forward. I'm glad you're asking.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have anything else.
Thank you. Other board member questions? Board Member Griego.
I just want to say bravo. Very well done. Thank you, ladies. And I have some ideas about advocacy work, and so whenever we have a moment, we'll sit down and have that discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Countryman. Uncharacteristically silent.
I feel concerned, but I don't know if I can articulate it. I'm an engineer, I'm not a planner. And these kinds of things make me uneasy because it seems like, oh, this is nice, this is nice, this is nice, this is nice. But where's the meat here? How will this plan lead to constructing a project? How do you foresee this plan being used to move projects forward?
I'll give one part of that. So I'll try to give a little nuts and bolts, engineer to engineer. In one sense, the data and tools are an important part of that, right? So the updated data we collected, the updated two-dimensional modeling we did in the bypass, that data and tools is already being used in the comprehensive study and by project teams. That being said, those data and tools always need to be tailored, right, and taken to further detail for the project. So that they're provided as a starting place. So that's part of the nuts and bolts.
The modeling that's been done in there, is there going to be like a database where people that have a project they want to put forward can come and get that modeling, get that model to use for their analysis? Or
I'm glad you asked that question, the Mary Jimenez DWR. So yeah, the modeling and the data is within the department of our library of models and has been shared back with the flood planning team and others. So it would be requested and used the same way other models and data are from the department. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. And for the transcript, that was Board Member Countryman in discussion with Mary Jimenez from DWR. And I'm Brian Johnson. I have a couple of questions that are, and I think these are a follow-up of sorts to Board Member Countryman. I'm not a planner or an engineer, but I have a long experience doing similar type things where you're laying the groundwork to be able to actually change things on the ground, and there are projects that are contemplated and would be consistent with this plan. You mentioned some that are already underway. The project in the sense of earth moving and physical changes, and I'm wondering if you could characterize the extent to which the projects that are contemplated by this plan will move the needle for flood safety or habitat or agriculture, other goals of the plan. And it doesn't have to be, quantitative answer for how the conservation strategy and measurable objectives change, although that would be nice. Is a big deal, is it a major step toward keeping pace with climate change and the things that we need for the plan? How would you characterize the work?
Yeah, this is Mary Jimenez with DWR. I would characterize the work as it demonstrates really the cumulative effects of the projects together, and many of them are conceptual. But we do demonstrate through the combination of quantitative and qualitative information that it would absolutely move the needle on addressing climate change system-wide for both flood risk and moving the needle in the positive direction for the conservation strategy and the species as well. We do recognize that there's a lot of trade-offs to be considered in doing so, right? Especially as you move down in elevation of these projects. But in terms of the flood plan goals, it absolutely would.
Thank you. Board Member Countryman.
I haven't read your report yet, so it's hard to formulate. But have you set you've considered climate change? Have you considered an objective standard for flows, for the flood flows for the Yolo Basin? In other words, are we going to widen the Fremont Weir, put more flow down? What are the consequences of that? Did you set some objectives, like flood control objectives, that may not be attainable right now, but would be worthy of approaching?
Yeah, I'm Mary Jimenez, DWR. So we did not set new objectives, but we did conduct additional analysis consistent with the flood plan. So in the hydrologic analysis, we did evaluate conditions under climate change, and we could share the results summary slide of that if we want to, Christine. It's if it'd be beneficial. We have one slide showing the hydraulic results.
Slide 27, please.
Slide 27.
That's you.
Sorry, if
She's
somebody,
waving.
if somebody could help me.
They
I
were
know.
ready, yeah.
Thank you. So we did evaluate under the medium and high climate change scenarios to get some more refined results, demonstrating the performance. Embedded in the baseline analysis, we looked at a number of scenarios that demonstrates how the system would perform differently in different scenarios as well. So we went a bit deeper, but we did not set new standards.
Oh, okay. But there's a framework there that could be picked up and used to move projects forward.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And that was another exchange between Board Member Countryman and Mary Jimenez. And I'm still Brian Johnson. I'm going to turn to opening public comment unless we have other comments and questions from the board first. As I do that, I want to confirm my understanding of what this is. It says final draft. And my understanding of this is that it's not a draft in the sense that we're soliciting further comment or intending to immediately to revise it. When the word draft exists to acknowledge, predict, hope, choose the word, that it could end up being a living document depending on future funding and interest and value. Is that right?
Christine Van Skyke, board staff. Yes, that's correct. The goal of the master plan and the partnership entities was to have sort of a living document or an opportunity to create this master plan to sort of open the door to how the partnership and partner entities and parties in the region can move forward on projects and addressing some of these recommendations that we put forth. And that includes if funding is available or if that opportunity comes, an update in the future could possibly be in play.
Board Member Countryman.
Member Johnson brings up good issues. The big impediment for flood protection in these rural areas has been the Corps of Engineers' insistence on using incremental justification, not system-wide justification, which would bring in a larger net of funding possibilities. Did you address that in this?
Christine Van Skyke, board staff. We don't directly address that in the master plan, but in our first recommendation of working closely with the comp study team, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the non-federal sponsors at the board as a sponsor, is working on that opportunity to look at the system incrementally, as well as developing the first phase of the comp study recommendation and feasibility for moving forward on specifically in the upper Elkhorn, upper Yolo Reach at this time. So that work is carrying forward in the comprehensive study from the Army Corps.
I would be worried that the Corps comprehensive study, if it uses incremental justification, is going to go nowhere. So that's a concern.
It is a risk. Mm-hmm.
For the record, that was also Board Member Countryman and DWR staff Mary Jimenez raising her eyebrows.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I will acknowledge that as a risk with the Corps. Mary Jimenez, DWR.
Sometimes we make things explicit for the transcript. Now I'll turn to public comment, starting with people here in the room. Seeing no public comment in the room, we'll ask about online.
None online.
Okay. As Christine noted, this is not an action item, and we look forward to updates from time to time. Thank you again, and that concludes this presentation.
Thank you very much.
It's 10:45, and by my reckoning, we're probably a little bit more than halfway through. We do have a couple more presentations. I could use a short break. What's the sense of the board? Yeah. We will take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 11 o'clock. Welcome back, everybody. By my count, we did our 10-minute break in 15 minutes, so we're ahead of schedule. All right, let's see. We are at, in the control room's ready? You good? Okay. I see the thumbs up. We are at agenda item 10A first, and this is the written report from DWR, which we all have in our packets, and I'll ask if any board members have any questions and comments. And I will take public comment on this matter because I need to. In the room online?
None online.
Thanks, everybody. We do read the reports. Next item is an action item. And is to approve DWR maintenance area budget for fiscal year 26, 27, and we'll ask you to start with presenting the item, stating your name for the record, and turn it over. Thank you.
Good morning. Secretary Johnson, board members, my name is Mark List. I'm a supervising engineering geologist with California Department of Water Resources, Division of Flood Operations in the Flood Maintenance and Operations branch. This morning, Brian Murphy, my senior engineer, and myself will be presenting hearing action item for the 2026-27 fiscal year DWR maintenance area budgets. This is an item we bring to you each April every year to get approval for our upcoming fiscal year budget for currently 10 maintenance areas that DWR operates and maintains. Next slide, please. Just as a reminder, all the board members here have been involved in this presentation at least for the last few years. I think Board Member Andrews was here for the first time last year for this one, but California Water Code Section 8370 establishes that it's local responsibility to operate and maintain portions of the state plan of flood control levees that are in their area unless they are explicitly enumerated in California Water Code Section 8361. 8361 is the section of the Water Code that says DWR shall operate and maintain the following works of the state federal project associated with the Sacramento River Flood Control Project unless that's basically our responsibility statutorily, and general fund covers those costs. So the importance of 8370 is local districts operate and maintain a majority of the state plan of flood control that the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, through its predecessor agency, Reclamation Board of California, gave assurances to the federal government for in perpetuity operations and maintenance. Next slide. So the maintenance area responsibility is such that when a local district responsible for operations and maintenance is either not performing work or the state, and the state identifies that they're not doing so, or the maintenance area, the local maintaining agency levy area chooses not to continue operating and maintaining, there's a process through California Water Code Section 12878 at CEQA that identifies how a maintenance area would be created. When a maintenance area is created, the California Department of Water Resources is then responsible to operate and maintain those project works, and the cost of that work is reimbursed by benefited property owners. Currently, there are 10 DWR maintenance areas that exist today. Once established, DWR becomes the state levy maintaining agency with basically authority and responsibility to operate and maintain unless and until that is dissolved. And there's a Water Code Section 12878.21, California Water Code, that identifies how that happens if a maintenance area is dissolved. I'll talk a bit about that in a moment. Essentially, all costs incurred for O&M are reimbursed by benefited property owners through tax assessments collected by the applicable county, and it basically makes the state whole on operations and maintenance of something the state is not statutorily obligated to operate and maintain. Pretty much bottom line, if there's an available program in a maintenance area once DWR is operating that is a funding program, we will benefit those residents by going after storm damage repair if there's a federal disaster emergency where the federal government Corps of Engineers would be providing repair costs, or we'll go after funding for what we call the flood system repair project, similar to how any other local maintaining agency would. So we behave as even though we're the state, we behave as a local entity from incident command for emergency response, lowest level, boots on the ground, as well as repair, rehabilitation, replacement actions. So we will continue to operate and maintain that way, and this budget gives us the ability to do so on an annual basis. Next slide, please. So, maintenance responsibilities. Essentially, an individual entity can take over operations and maintenance if they have legal authority to do so by asking the board, the state, to dissolve a maintenance area. And if it's in the best interest of the state to dissolve it, that will be done. And I'll mention a couple of sequences where that's happened historically. Next slide. So over the years, examples of maintenance area creation and maintenance area dissolution have occurred, and this is just a subset of them. Maintenance area 10 and 11, I will mention during the Corps of Engineers slide presentation on the inspection, you may have noticed on some of the images that American River Flood Control District, they still call parts of the levee system MA 10 and 11 on the slides, and I think Mr. Countryman noticed that. MA 10 and MA 11, which are portions of what that system used to be called, was created in 1958. American River Flood Control District took over that maintenance area, those two maintenance areas. They were dissolved in 1991, and that became part of ARCF's, American River Flood Control District's responsibilities. Maintenance Area 5 in Butte County was created in 54. It still exists. Maintenance Area 16, after the 1986 floods, there was a board issue, not this board, the local board issue with maintaining board members in a particular set of levee districts, and ultimately Maintenance Area 16 was created in 1986 to operate and maintain a portion of the Feather River levee. MA3 created in 1949. MA3 was dissolved in 2023, where Sutter County's Levee District 1 took over that responsibility. And then you may recall, Maintenance Area 20 was created in 2025, most recently, covering Yuba County work, what we call the Horseshoe Levee. So process to create, process to dissolve. Once a maintenance area is created and then lessen until it's dissolved, DWR annually brings a budget to this board, gets it approved, and that becomes the baseline funding associated with operations maintenance that we've identified. Next slide, please. So DWR under California Water Code 12878 brings the budget. We get the approval. Once we have that approval, tax assessment bills go out to the local counties, and O&M costs that are projected get billed to the property assessments. Currently, we have 10 maintenance areas that DWR operates and maintains throughout the Sacramento River Flood Control Project. It's about 151 levee miles, and you can see the counties included Butte, Colusa, Glenn, Lake, Sacramento, Sutter, Yolo, and most recently Yuba counties. Next slide, please. So maintenance area budgeting, Water Code Section 12878.27 says by the first day of April each year, or prior to the first day of April each year, the department shall prepare and then present to the board the annual maintenance area budget for the next fiscal year. And it gives, that's the basis for what we do each year. We transmit a copy of those estimates in what becomes your staff report for the board meeting. Typically, it's the April board meeting that we end up bringing the item to you. Consistent with those sections, our fiscal year 2026-27 maintenance area budget estimate, that package dated March 27, 2026, was included, provided to board executive management and staff, and incorporated in as the staff report. Each year, the budget process includes costs, actuals from the previous completed fiscal year, and projections for costs of the current fiscal year. The reason they're projections is we're in the middle of, our fiscal year is July 1 to June 30. We're in April, so we still have a few months left of our current fiscal year, so all we can do is provide an estimate. And so the books get annually and regularly looked at by our governmental accounting staff, and they work out the details. Once the budget's approved, we get receipts in, we get expenditures that go into the system, and they get operated on a regular basis. Next slide, please. So this is the layout of the transmittal package that came with the fiscal year 2026-27 maintenance area budget and is part of the staff report for this board meeting. It's got a transmittal memo, an explanation that kind of summarizes the whole and the individual. It's got an individual maintenance area summaries that give costs associated. It has individual distribution of proposed work, which also includes past year's activities, and Mr. Murphy will go into detail on those for the current fiscal year items. A description of the work categories, and then consistent with the California Water Code requirements, the public noticing requirement, so posted in the newspaper in advance of this board meeting twice, noticing for the local areas that are implemented for these maintenance areas, the public notice goes out. Next slide, please. So this is the public notice under 12878.29. You can read the individual language, but basically the newspapers local to the maintenance areas received those and the dates that this ad was run, notifying public of this board meeting, and the intent to adopt annual maintenance area budgets was completed. Next slide. So sort of big picture in floating up to look at sort of in the context of the Corps doing inspections, DWR doing inspections, us maintaining a piece of the public infrastructure. Our intent for not just maintenance areas, but all areas is to gain or maintain PL 8499 active status for all levies we operate and maintain. The intent of that is to ensure that if and when, and we will have future, there's a federally declared disaster in a county which our maintenance area exists, or any of the areas DWR operates and maintains, active status in PL 8499 triggers the ability to have federal investment, which I think all of us in the state of California want to ensure that we get as much federal dollars invested into our infrastructure as possible for damages that are incurred during those flood events. So we actively pursue for all of our areas, and I'll show you on a slide in a moment, the SWIFT status, letter of intent and SWIFT process that has been talked about in other meeting items today. In Table 2 on this slide presentation, you'll see of our 10 systems, the 8 that are currently active status and the condition of the other 2. We are also pursuing Federal Endangered Species Act, or ESA, Section 7 nexus coverage for specific species that make it more difficult for us to operate and maintain appropriately for levees. And the major issue we face in many of our areas, about half of the levees DWR maintains, is habitat for the giant garter snake, which is a state and federally listed species. We've been working for a very long time on a pilot for giant garter snake coverage under the SWIFT process. We did what we called a SWIFT work plan to attempt to have a federal nexus for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to consult, and for us to eventually obtain a biological opinion so that we have items covered, and then we can do all work necessary associated with primarily rodent damage repair in giant garter snake habitat areas. We started that process after the Corps issued their interim policy associated with intent to cover federal actions under the SWIFT policy. That was in 2014. Shortly thereafter, we began evaluating options for coverage for giant garter snake habitat areas that are within the vicinity of levees where we have rodent damage. We don't want holes through the levees, either man-made holes that leak, those pipes that we have a concern about, and we don't want animal-made holes that potentially pipe the condition through where water from the water side goes to the land side and potentially induces catastrophic flooding. So we've been working for a number of years on a SWIFT work plan item that will result at some point in a biological opinion for giant garter snake habitat and potential impacts. And so, as I say on the last bullet, it's a long-term time investment, and this is only one of our areas, and eventually we would implement this in other areas. And it's clear it will require compensatory mitigation associated with that potential impact. So that will become a cost for the maintenance areas, and a part of the budget for Maintenance Area 5 includes the environmental work and efforts that we continue to do in that area. The other thing DWR focuses on for O&M is addressing U.S. Army Corps of Engineers inspection checklist items to attempt to achieve PL 8499 active status without a SWIFT, but the reality is that's going to be a long-term process, as we've seen on many levee systems. Next slide, please. So this is just the eligibility status summary. So the first 8 maintenance areas, MA 1 through 16, are active status in PL 8499 because we have an approved letter of intent and a SWIFT in process or nearly completed. Maintenance Area 17, we operate and maintain. So in the SWIFT process requires every maintainer, every levy system, every levy component in a system that the Corps identifies to together come forward for a system-wide improvement framework letter of intent. At this point, we maintain MA17 and Lake County Flood Control and Water Conservation District does as well. We have not achieved a LOI process at this point. It's possible Lake County will speak at this board meeting as well, so you might want to discuss that with them as well. Currently, that one's on hold pending future work potential. We've just taken over Maintenance Area 20. We are currently evaluating, this is the Horseshoe Levee in Yuba County, currently evaluating our process for a letter of intent, and we do intend to pursue a letter of intent and eventual SWIFT for the Maintenance Area 20 levy as well. So that's our active status and our other status. So of the 10 maintenance areas we have, 8 of them have active status in PL 8499 due to a LOI SWIFT process. The other 2 do not. So any damage we would have to deal with finding other funding sources, storm damage repair type programs, or it comes out of the maintenance area budget directly. Next slide, please. The other items on the checklist, and I've got rated items, which the Corps has a new acronym for, and that was new to me today in their inspection briefing for the rated items that prevent performance. Encroachments, which I have a table here that shows the encroachments in all of our maintenance areas, or shows the number of encroachments. Closure structure, slope stability, erosion bank caving, animal control, culverts and discharge pipes also have information about, and then under seepage and relief wells. Those are all items that the Corps rates, and if they're not rated acceptably or if they're unacceptable, that directly impacts PL 8499 eligibility. Non-rated items, there are a number of them. Those are still important, as I think Mr. Countryman mentioned during the Corps inspection briefing earlier today. Vegetation, clear, we need to make sure we can see the levee slope. We need to be able to see whether there's seepage and other problems and be able to flood fight that if that occurs. So that's the checklist. We actively, my staff actively works through this with our 2 yards to make sure that we are identifying and correcting deficiencies, not just that the Corps has found, but we see as inspections, our DWR inspectors see on a regular basis. Next slide, please. So rated items encroachments, as you'll see on a table in a moment, that is a board item to address. We are working with board staff, Mr. Dosu's group, to make sure that we identify the things we feel are high priority, hand those off to the board, and ask for assistance in obtaining compliance or correcting encroachment deficiencies. There are many. Not all of them are prevent performance issues, but all of them are items we need to address in our SWIFT process. Areas of concern, annual maintenance activities, basically we take care of everything we can. We use levee repair programs, deferred maintenance pipe program, flood system repair project, and other funding vehicles to do work. So we've addressed many of the pipe deficiencies, the drainage discharge pipes that would be considered state plan of flood control facilities. So we've taken care of those either by, we do video inspection on them, and we've gone through 2 phases of video inspection. We're starting to look at the 3rd phase of video inspection, not just for DWR areas, but for other local maintaining agency areas as well. And we've also actively done was under the deferred maintenance pipe program, cast in place pipe lining. So we have contracts that we've gone through. We have a current contract out for our 3rd effort with that. Again, not just DWR maintenance areas, but areas that DWR is supporting other local maintaining agencies on to extend the useful design life of corrugated metal pipe. We also have a replacement process where we're assisting others and ourselves on pipe replacement where a pipe is, again, it has to be a state plan of flood control facility, state responsibility, and then we would have a funding vehicle to assist or to complete a replacement of pipes, and we've done some of those over the years as well. So other details we address: slope stability, erosion and bank caving, annual maintenance, rodent activity, animal control activity. That's both depredation issues associated with getting rid of the animals that are primarily ground squirrels are a big problem, and as well as damage repair. Damage repair is hindered in areas where giant garter snake is present. So if there are holes in the levee, but it's giant garter snake habitat, our damage repair program is hindered from proceeding with the repair method we would like. So we have to identify and correct ESA and state Endangered Species Act issues, get permitted, and then be able to do that work how we would like to complete it. Mr. Countryman?
On the animal control, since this is going to go on in perpetuity, is it everyone like treated like a new project and you have to do mitigation for the snake? I mean,
so it's not a done process. As I said, we've been working on it for many years, more than half of my time at DWR. I got here in 2007. What we're trying to do is get a programmatic implementation that identifies potential take, reasonable mitigation, and the ability to do the work we need to do. So we're trying to get coverage for a time period, as opposed to every time you do it, you have to get coverage. If it works, I'm cautiously optimistic it will eventually result in us having a clear coverage under ESA, Federal Endangered Species Act, and through a process through California Endangered Species Act. Once that's in place, our environmental staff will go out and do certain things, our yards will do certain things, and we'll be able to do, we grout rodent holes is our primary method of filling them because it's low impact to the levee, bottom to top, fill the holes, runny grout basically gets into everything and fills things, and that's what we would like to have happen. We still do, if there's damage, we can still do hand work, but we have an issue with giant garter snake habitat. That's just sort of an inherent sort of conflict that we have to work through.
yeah, I mean, it seems like a totally unfair situation to the maintainer that the squirrels aren't going anywhere. You fill their holes and then they come back, and you fill the holes and they come back. And
right.
If
They're good tunnelers. They certainly are.
Yeah, tunnels. And I've seen some beaver tunnels that are pretty good size also.
Fit a truck in them, yes.
But the cost to the maintainer seems, if ESA mitigation has to be done each time, it seems like an unfair situation.
And I can't speak to fairness or unfairness. I mean, we're doing what we can to comply with applicable laws and regulations, and the Corps gave us, so for years we had no real maintenance nexus for Section 7, which is the Endangered Species Act section that allows federal project works to have consultation. The other option is Section 10 of the Endangered Species Act, which is a habitat conservation plan type process. It really doesn't work for federal infrastructure operations and maintenance well. We're attempting that with Elderberry, but from a implementation standpoint, practical, system-wide, it's not an easy process to get through. So I'm, again, cautiously optimistic we will end up with a biological opinion that gives us the ability to do the work in Maintenance Area 5 for giant garter snake habitat area maintenance that is rodent damage repair. Once we have that and it works, we will immediately start implementing it in any other SWIFT area. We'll submit the Corps a SWIFT work plan, ask for consultation, and pursue it. It's not the best solution, but it's an avenue to try and achieve compliance.
Have there been instances where you actually have been stopped from doing necessary maintenance because of the ESA?
So what happened was, you may recall, we used to do what was called the Interagency Flood Management Collaborative, where we would have regular meetings and we would talk about our work and have all the agencies there. We talked about rodent damage repair in our process, and state and federal ESA folks thought we were possibly taking giant garter snake by doing that process. And they sent us a formal letter associated with that. And at that point, we had to reevaluate how rodent damage repair would be done. At that point, we also had no federal nexus for Section 7. We pursued it, tried it, because the Corps wasn't taking a federal action, there was not a federal nexus. So the solution is not what we're doing, the solution is fixing federal regulations so that the federal nexus is immediate for those who operate and maintain federal flood infrastructure. But that's going to require federal legislation and other avenues. So that's, for me, the relevant long-term solution for everybody, not just DWR, because we're only covering work on a location-specific basis, based on detailed issues associated with that area, based on biological assessments, intensive biological evaluations and assessments, and ultimately a federal action, and then a state CISA action as well at some point.
So is the answer that yes, you have been stopped from doing work where you needed to do it, or no, you haven't?
We are not doing all the work we need to do with rodent damage repair per the mechanism we prefer to do. So, you know, no one has given us a violation in the field, but as a logic and legal precedent, we can't put state staff in a position where they're potentially going to be arrested or individually fined for violating federal ESA, which has individual liability as well as state liability.
Is there anything the board can do to help with this snake issue?
I would ask potentially the board to see if there's a way to get federal legislation modified so that there is an immediate. So California Department of Transportation is the agency that consults with the federal agency under the Federal Highway Administration work. So however Caltrans got the ability to do that, that would be very helpful if we had a direct Section 7 nexus for federal ESA consultation with NIMS, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, anyone else who's applicable. That's probably the best logical approach.
Thanks.
So continuing this process, animal control, culverts, discharge pipes, basically we're using all relevant process associated with our utility crossing inventory that the Department of Water Resources Inspections Group put together. We look at our pipes regularly. We've done a risk-based pipe repair program, that's the DMP pipes, and again, applies to all state plan of flood control pipes that are, Dave Wielden, my sort of counterpart in the flood maintenance and operations branch group, manages that, and that provides support and funding for risk-based pipe assessment and repair. We are using the deferred maintenance pipe program phase 1, which is inspections, and phase 2 corrective actions, everywhere we can, especially and including maintenance areas. Next slide, please. So other non-rated items, area of concern, we do vegetation management regularly. It's not a PL 8499 impact, but by not doing it, it would affect our ability to operate and maintain properly. We do basically for visibility and access. We want to make sure we can see the toes of the levees and beyond, look for seepage issues, boils during high water and such. We also have utilized and implemented what we call the California Levee Research Program high hazard tree assessment. So our staff has worked with experts in the field over the last almost 2 decades to identify approaches to look at trees that are a high hazard. So we can't reasonably remove all trees from levees, but we have a process to look at, evaluate. Arborists can come out and evaluate and identify, is coping the tree appropriate to take off wind, potential pull, is the tree dead or dying and it really needs to come out because it's going to cause a levee hazard. So we're using that. In the inspection briefing earlier this morning, sod cover was mentioned. California doesn't develop sod well, so erosion reels will always be a problem here. We have a process to address those things, though, on our annual maintenance. Settlement, usually, not always, but usually caused by animal burrows or an apparent settlement where people walk up and down a levee and degrade the levee. We are, creatures that destroy the levee as well, individually. Depressions and rutting get addressed regularly. Cracking is a problem that the Corps reports regularly, but there's not a lot a maintainer can do about Cracking, that's really a material properties issue where desiccation occurs during dry periods and opens up that clay material. But it's a concern, and it's something we're trying to figure out an appropriate long-term solution, because we can't really remove and replace all material on all levees that have cracking problems. Riprap, revetment, bank protection gets looked at and addressed. Seepage, again, seepage is not really a maintenance-related solution issue. It's usually a legacy design and construction issue. Through seepage is one thing, under seepage is different, but if a project location is getting new work, then seepage can be addressed. Next slide, please. So this is, I mentioned the board is going to have to be actively engaged, and we are actively engaged with your board staff. This is the number of core identified minimally acceptable and unacceptable encroachments. And again, encroachments is a board resolved issue. So there are a lot. Our new MA20 has 53, so we have 53 new ones that we will have to work through as well. What I have my staff do is go through, look at the ones, identify the ones that are high hazard we need to address. We'll try and get those addressed as a higher priority. We'll provide packages to the board, and we have that sort of list the priority that we have, but ultimately board staff availability and decision-making process is going to result in action, and those get addressed slowly. So this is probably the item on every LOI SWIFT process that's going to take the forever or the very long time. It's not going to get resolved over 1 or 2 years. It's going to be a longer period. So this is the basic layout of our encroachment issues that we'll have to continue working with board staff to address. And I'll note Maintenance Area 4 has recently had an inspection. DWR's Maintenance Area 4 and RD 900 will be getting a new inspection report in the near future. It was inspected in 2025, and the Corps will present that to us and then eventually present that to the board as well. Next slide, please. So at this point, that's the background material. I'm going to turn it over to Brian Murphy of my staff that will provide the details of the maintenance area process.
Hello, Secretary Johnson, members of the board. My name is Brian Murphy, and I am a senior engineer in the Flood Maintenance and Operations Branch. So I'll be going over the details of the budget and the individual maintenance areas. The combined fiscal year 25-26 budgets, that's the year that we're in right now, and those are projected to be lower than the approved budget last year in April. The reason for, some of the reasons for those lower budgets are the result of few high water events, and then also the introduction of Maintenance Area 20 late in the maintenance season. And just to go into more detail there, so in the budget year started with 9 maintenance areas and an approved budget of $4,458,000 and some change. And then MA20 was added later in the year in September of 2025, and that increased the budget to $4,637,390. So it's that later budget that we are going to be that I'll be using as a baseline budget moving forward, is that amended budget. So individual maintenance area expenditures and projected costs vary, and the projected costs for 6 of our MAs are at or under the approved budgets, with 4 of them having costs that we expect to exceed. And some of those exceedances include Maintenance Area 5, and that is for the additional environmental support due to some of the programs we are using for addressing the rodent damage repair and elderberry removal. Maintenance 7 had slightly higher mowing costs, and so I think those were repeated treatments and mowing for those areas. Maintenance Area 12, there was some high water patrolling in that area, so there were some cost exceedance there. And then MA13 also had vegetation that required repeated treatments. So with these overages and underages, there's a water code section 12878.44 which addresses some of these issues. So if we are under budget for a certain year, then the balance of that will be carried forward to the future year. And then if we exceed the budget, then the next year will absorb those exceedances as well. Next slide. So this is a breakdown pie chart of our maintenance area budget of $5,082,244 amongst our 10 maintenance areas. As usual, our largest expense is with maintenance area 9 at almost $2 million, and then we have a few that are around the range anywhere from $400,000 to $700,000, and then we have several smaller ones that are under $200,000, with maintenance area 20 being the smallest at $117,720. Next slide, please. So we have 2 maintenance yards with their own responsibility areas. Our southern maintenance yard is the Sacramento yard, and they are responsible for maintenance area 4 and maintenance area 9. And both of those are urban areas, and so typically there's a higher cost of maintenance there due to working around the population. Next slide, please. Our northern maintenance area, the Sutter Yard, has 8 maintenance areas scattered through the Sacramento River and the Feather River basins. Maintenance area 1, Sacramento River from Colusa Bridge to the Glenn County line. Maintenance area 5 is Butte Creek. MA7 is the Feather River north of Honcut Creek. And MA12 is the northern half of the Colusa Basin drain. MA13, the Cherokee Canal in Butte County. MA16, Feather River south of Honcut Creek in Butte County. MA17 is Lake County levees near Clear Lake, and that includes a pumping plant. And then our newest, MA20, the Horseshoe Levee near Plumas Lake. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to go through each of the 10 maintenance area budgets. Format will be the same for all of them. I'll present an overview map and then a pie chart showing the distribution of work and the percentage of that budget. So here in maintenance area 1, this is the west levee of Sacramento River near Colusa. And this proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27 is $486,550, and that is for 16.8 levee miles. And to note, there is a general increase in most of these budgets for increased fuel, equipment, and material costs. So that's going to be kind of a blanket increase over most of our budgets that we'll see here. In this one in particular, there is environmental support for removing elderberry bushes in the area, a longstanding issue. And so that's the habitat conservation plan that we are pursuing, and that will allow us to remove those bushes. So we've got that increased cost there. Next slide, please. And then here's a table of those individual costs. And the structure of this here is we present the budget from 2 years ago, 24-25, the approved budget, and then our actual costs have come in, so we display those as well. And then we have our current year budget, 25-26, the approved budget, and then our projected cost through the end of June 30th of this year. And then our proposed budget, which we're looking for an action today, is this far right column of 26-27 proposed budget. Different job categories range from vegetation control of different types, spraying, burning, mowing, and such. We have rodent control. Typically, that's going to be baiting and that sort of thing. We do inspection. We address system concerns and management actions on what we see as encroachments in the area. Restoration and repair. We resurface our crown roadways for all weather access, address some of the structures in the area, such as gates and fences. And then there's some of the overhead costs of equipment, supervision, and engineering and environmental support. So this will be a similar theme for the next 10 maintenance areas. So this one in particular, you'll see that the budget did increase for this year, and that is due to the environmental support in this area for addressing some of those the habitat areas that we work in for giant garter snake, and there's the longhorn elderberry beetle that lives in the elderberry bushes. Next slide, please. This is maintenance area 4. It's a Sacramento River levee in West Sacramento, and the proposed budget for this year, fiscal year 26-27, is $183,622, and that is for 3.58 levee miles. And as you can see, a large portion of this budget goes towards vegetation control in the form of mowing and spraying. Next slide, please. So again, here's the chart for the for this budget, the breakdown. So the expenses for this year are projected to be below budget due to some of the restoration and repair costs that were lower than projected. And then again, there was no high water patrolling this year. So just to put a note on our patrolling expense, it's something that we can't anticipate, but it's something that we plan for. And so we usually put a budget in place. And if we don't use it, then, as I mentioned before, that is something gets rolled over to the next year. Let's see. Also, proposed vegetation control was higher in, so for 26-27, we are planning on doing some vegetation control, but that category is going to be a little bit higher this year due to some complications resulting from removing homeless encampments in the area. So that coordination has added to the cost of that work. And then environmental support in this area has increased for removing the elderberry, work towards removing elderberry bushes in this area. And so this year's proposed budget is $183,622 for maintenance area 4. Next slide, please. This is maintenance area 5, Butte Creek levees and Little Chico Creek channel. The proposed budget for this year, 26-27, is $721,530. That's for 32.7 levee miles. And you can see here there's a large portion, 17% of this is going to be for environmental support. And again, this is one of those areas where we are going to be addressing the rodent control and repairing the rodent holes in the levees. So that's going to be a higher cost there. Next slide, please. So in addition to the general increase, talked about the rodent repair costs that we're going to be increasing, the rodent repair will be a higher cost, and then the elderberry removal plan is going to be adding to that cost as well. So you'll see that cost in the environmental support. again, those are ambitious plans, and so that one line item is $121,000. So that brings the proposed budget for that maintenance area up to $721,530. Next slide, please. Maintenance Area 7 is the west levee of the Feather River below Oroville. And for the fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget is $256,238. That's for 11.9 levee miles. And here you can see the breakdown of work. Pretty even, but there is a larger section for minor structures there. And that is because we've had an issue with illegal activity from ATVs and such driving on the levee and causing damage. So we are going to be implementing some new fences and gates along that area. So that's why you see that cost category is increased. Yes.
When you come up with these costs, you submit them to the county? No?
Yeah.
Mark List, DWR. So once the board approves a budget package, our governmental accounting office looks at all receipts, all income that has come in the past, the status of expenditures, our projected new budget, and they work out the details of what gets billed. Our DWR does send them to the counties directly, the assessor's offices or tax collecting offices, and then the county is responsible for distributing that to the benefited properties per basically the original maintenance area breakdown of what parcels existed at the time, what level of flooding is happening in the area. So based on the original budgeting, for maintenance area 20, once the board adopted maintenance area 20, there was a sort of an assessment zone and a depth of flooding that got submitted to Yuba County in that case. And so that's how it gets implemented.
That was the essence of my question. The depth of flooding and so forth is considered what from the basic, the original one? Thank you.
Board Member Grega.
Yes, I noticed that you, on the vegetation control, that you had mentioned that you have homeless encampments.
Yes.
And that money comes out of the vegetation control?
Well, it's because it is addressed specifically to mowing. It's an area that they plan on mowing, but it's inhabited right now, so they can't do their mowing efforts.
So you also have a category for mowing, and I was kind of confused. Why would you have a category for mowing and then vegetation control and then having homeless encampment as part of that, budget?
I might have misspoke on that, so I'll have to look into it, and I can get back to you.
It would be nice to see the encampment cost. There's been an issue with this board, and we've talked about it on several occasions, and it would be nice to see what that cost actually is, and to point to that and say, hey, this is what it's costing us in order to maintain these levies through the budget.
So what we can propose is for next fiscal year's, but I mean, we can give you a summary later, but for next fiscal year's budget, we can do what we can with our tracking system to identify specific explicit costs and how they settled, and then we can at least list that item. It won't be a budget category unless we choose to make that change to our budget categories, but we can give you detail.
I look forward to that then. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Do you have agreements with local law enforcement concerning the homeless encampments?
Yes, Brian Murphy. Yes, our maintenance yards do coordinate with law enforcement on dealing with that issue, and yes.
Well, coordinate, do you actually give them money?
I don't believe we fund that effort.
Thank you. Board Counsel Jeet Dua may have something to say.
Just requesting that people announce themselves so the record is clear who's speaking.
That was Jeet Dua.
Jeet Dua, touche.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, yes, next slide, please. So this shows the individual breakdown. And you can see those increased costs there. So this is the proposed budget for Maintenance Area 7, $256,000, $1,000, and $238. Excuse me. Next slide, please. Maintenance Area 9, this is the east levee of the Sacramento River in Sacramento. The fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget is $1,993,403, and that is for 19.5 levee miles. And a large portion of this is vegetation control through spraying, mowing, and then rodent control as well. The patrolling budget you can see there is it's 5%, and that's usually when we have to respond. It's a high cost, but we're lower on the system in this area, so the frequency of that is not as great as you'll see in the north. Next slide, please. And as you can see, this last year there was no cost for, or low cost for patrolling. Our projected cost this year, this is another area where we are going to be pursuing that Valley Elderberry Longhorn Beetle Habitat Conservation Plan. So this is another area there where we're going to see an increase in the environmental support cost. Next slide, please. Maintenance Area 12 is the Colusa Drain Levee. The fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget is $196,265, and this for 11.4 levee miles. And you can see the breakdown here. Vegetation control is about 16%, and then we have we're going to be working on crown roadways and some of the restoration and repair projects for some of our small structures that are on the levee. Next slide, please. This is the budget that we provided of $196,265 for our proposed 26-27 budget. Again, 11.4 levee miles. Next slide, please. This is Maintenance Area 13, Cherokee Canal levees. Our proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget is $386,785, and this is for 40.1 miles. Pretty even distribution of work in this area, as you can see by the pie chart. Next slide, please. So a couple things of note on this budget. You'll see the actual cost in 24-25 was came in significantly higher, and that had to do with some flood fight efforts in that area. We presented that last year, but these are the final or the actual costs for that. There were repeated high water events and a flood fight in that area. So that was something we have here. Let's see. Our projected budget for 25-26 for burning, I believe. Yes, burning is going to be higher this year due to some increased fire safety requirements that we are working through, and so that increased our labor and additional equipment costs for that. So. And then additionally, the vegetation budget ran over due to multiple herbicide applications as a result of some of the high water events and additional water that was feeding the vegetation. Next slide, please. This is Maintenance Area 16, the west levee of the Feather River near Live Oak. The fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget is $163,260 for 4.1 levee miles. And again, the distribution of work, a lot of vegetation work here. And then we do have some restoration and repair costs, and that is, again, illegal activity on the levees, access with ATVs, so we are providing more fencing and gates to prevent that and prevent damage. Next slide, please. So this is the budget we proposed, $163,260 for this fiscal year 26-27 budget. And as you can see, let's see, restoration and repair costs, minor structures, there we go. $16,000 for minor structures. It's a bit of an increase from the previous years, but this is something that we're addressing to prevent damage to the system. Next slide, please. Maintenance Area 17. This is the Middle Creek system at Clear Lake. Our fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget is $576,870. This is for 3.86 levee miles, and in addition to that, a pumping plant. You'll notice a large section of this is for the plant maintenance and repairs, and then the environmental support that's going along with that. So the issue we have here is we have a pumping plant that is in repair of some major rehabilitation, and we initiated this effort last year, and so now we are through discovery. We've found that this is going to be a multi-year project. This year we are going to be doing some immediate repairs just to keep things the plant operational, and we are working through the engineering and permitting for a larger project that will fully rehabilitate that structure. Next slide, please. And so here you can see the costs of those plant maintenance and repairs. This year we're anticipating about $215,000 in repairs, and then the combined engineering and environmental support towards the larger rehabilitation is going to be, we're estimating $160,000. So that brings our budget for this year up to $576,870 for the fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget.
Yeah, it's more than doubled from 24-25.
Correct. I will, Mark List, DWR, I will note a couple of things of importance on this. We anticipated a $250,000 budget that the board approved last fiscal year. We came in at 150 on that, so that we're coming in with a projected cost for this current fiscal year under what was approved. We're anticipating considerable work on that pumping plant repair. So the bottom line is the pumping plant wasn't in great condition in 2000 rather, when we took over Maintenance Area 17, and it, without capital investment, we're not going to fix it, and it's not going to work. I will mention Lake County may be on the phone and may want to talk about this particular item, but this is what we need to do to keep the State Plan of Flood Control facility here operating properly. Over. Mark.
We'll pause for a second to see if they're online and want to speak.
We have one raised hand. Not sure if that's Pawan.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Good morning, board. I think so. My name is Pawan Upadhyay. I'm the Lake County Water Resources Director, and I oversee the Lake County Department of Water Resources as well as Lake County Watershed Protection District. And I'm here to express our concern regarding the MA17 budget. As you saw on that, and as was pointed out, that it was doubled from last year. And specifically, I think the Middle Creek pumping plant, which is located in that system. And over the last 5 years, the budget has gone from roughly 100,000 to roughly 500,000. So you can see like it's a five-fold increase, and this is something like very difficult for us to pass to like our constituents. In addition to that, so this facility primarily serves agricultural lands and parcels that are no longer in production. And also those parcel has been identified as part of a Middle Creek ecosystem restoration project. And most of those parcel has been acquired by Lake County Watershed Protection District already. I mean, giving these changes in the land use and ownership, we believe that it's important to reassess the necessity and the scope for the current proposed improvements and associated budget for MA17. At this time, we do not see these improvements as necessary, or at least there is a need to be looked at it closely. In addition to this one, so in addition to maintenance area 17, there are other levees which is upstream and downstream of these sections. Are already local maintenance agencies for those levees. So we are also proposing, like with the cost increase, like it has happened almost from roughly 100,000 to 500,000 in last 5 years, and now it's going up again. So this is like in its unsustainable path. Like it can't be like continued like this. So we are willing to take over the maintenance area 17, and as like the majority property owner already there, which we are acquiring for that restoration project, which is right next to like the areas which is affected by these. So that's the concern we have. Like I think, and I wanted to raise it here. Thank you and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you for speaking up. We appreciate that. Mark, do you have a comment? Thank you.
Mark List, DWR. So DWR is more than happy to have Lake County decide to take this area back over. However, for the current budget cycle for July 1 of the coming fiscal year, we must have a budget or we can't do any work. So this is not the full cost of the pumping plant rehabilitation. This is to keep the pumping plant. We're having to do, one of the pumps works, the others don't. Pipes are pretty much failed. It's not a solution for us not to fix something. And you can see in the past year, this is not a new problem. The pumping plant is a major concern. Lake County does not own all the parcels, and even if they did, Maintenance Area 17 still has an obligation to operate and maintain the federal project system, which includes the levees and the pumping plant, which was turned over from the federal government to the state. This board, in its predecessor role, gave the assurances for Maintenance Area 17. Lake County gave up Maintenance Area 17 operations and maintenance because around 2000 rather, they started to look at this habitat conservation change, which is great. However, we're 26 years later, still not done. Lake County, through multiple sources of funding, has acquired properties. However, they don't own all properties. So there's still state liability outstanding for this. So we have looked very carefully at the budget. We've split the work into tenable work for this coming fiscal year. And if Lake County chooses to take over the area and the board and the state sees that as an appropriate action, we would ask Lake County to submit that notification to the board in DWR so we could begin the maintenance area dissolution process, similar to how maintenance area 3 was dissolved and taken over by LD1 Sutter County in the past couple of years. I'm more than happy to move in that direction. However, the budget in front of this board today, we need approved as proposed. If we're asked to go back and look at it and sharpen the pencil, it's not going to change our solution. We've already attempted to do that. We've already moved many costs to likely next year, the following fiscal year. Over. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Board Member Grego may have a comment or question.
So I just want to know, we had talked about this Lake County being on hold in regards to the PL 8499, and I want to know, is that part of the reason why?
Markless DWR. At this point, we could not come to agreement with Lake County on all of the levees protecting the system, which this is all one core system.
Yeah.
As was mentioned, Lake County already maintains levees nearby. Lake County used to maintain this particular, MA-17 was turned over from Lake County to the state, and in 2020 and then modified in 2024, this board in its previous name made that maintenance area, and DWR has been operating it since. As I mentioned, the pumping plant was not in great condition when it was turned over in 2000, and we've been bailing wire duct, just doing what we can to keep it operating, and we're at a point where it has failed, and it's not going to function properly per its need. Agree, the land use is intended for change. Not all of the land use has changed. If Lake County takes it over, we'll step out and not have a concern here. The board might still have a concern here, but DWR will no longer be the O&M entity responsible for this particular location, and we would certainly be willing to pursue that avenue.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Brian Murphy, DWR. Okay, next slide, please. It says maintenance area 20. And just to note on this maintenance area, during the maintenance area formation that occurred last year, this board approved 2 years of budgets, the current operating year and then the year coming forward. So this is not for we're not looking for approval on this budget. It's informational only. And so this is already an approved budget. So again, horseshoe levees near Plumas Lake. For the fiscal year 26-27, the approved budget through the maintenance area formation resolution is $117,720, and that's for 7.25 levee miles. And as you can see from this graph here, a majority of the work is for vegetation control of some sort. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. So again, this is an approved budget. This is exactly what was the chart that was provided at the maintenance area formation. It's unchanged, and so this is the approved budget moving forward. Next year, we will be providing a proposed budget. And just to note, the first year, the year that we're in, this was a budget that was provided to bring the system up to standards. And then the second year budget, the one that we're going into now, is more of a baseline budget. Because we took over this area halfway through our maintenance season, we were not able to complete all of the items on our job category list. So as you can see, some of the vegetation burning and dragging is we have 0 projected cost. So the approved budget of $178,000, we're projecting only expending $134,000 of that. Next slide, please. So here's on the left, you can see a map of all of our areas. You can see our southern 2, MA4 and MA9, are managed by our Sacramento yard. And then to the north, we have the Sutter yard. And you can see the location of MA17 is quite some distance from the epicenter of where most of the Sutter yard work is completed. The one maintenance area that is lower than the previous year is MA20, and you can see that encircled in purple there. So this is taking a look at all of the work that we do to all of the maintenance areas. We broke down all of those job categories there. So, for example, for the 10 maintenance areas, $808,000 for vegetation control through spraying, $120,000 in burning, almost $500,000 in rodent control and so on. So this is in whole, this is what we are doing with our budget of $5 million. And that $5 million is for 151 levee miles. Next slide, please. And so now we have request that the board here adopt the fiscal year 26-27 maintenance area budget to fix the amount as presented pursuant to California Water Code 12878. Yeah. Note the typo in the slide there. It says 26, 25, 26. It is 26, 27. Thank you.
Checking to make sure the agenda item has the right dates. It does. Thank you. That concludes the presentation, and this is an action item. So we'll start with board questions for the presenters, and then we'll have public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board for discussion and a potential motion. Any further comments or questions from the board? Board Member Countryman.
Yes, concerning the Middle Creek at Clear Lake pump plant work, what happens if that pump plant doesn't work? What's the nature of the air? Is that a draining into the system?
It drains into the marked list DWR. It drains back into the lake. Essentially, the pump pushes it in and eventually makes it into the lake. But
right. So
the land upstream or on the arguably dry side wets. It's a lot of it is agricultural land, but not entirely. So the pumping plant doesn't function. Land gets wet that's not supposed to stay wet.
I'm concerned that if we're really not protecting valuable property, is it worth it to spend $500,000 or whatever? I don't know how much it's cost to repair this pump plant.
Again, Mark, the pumping plant isn't a $500,000 proposal. The whole budget is about a $500,000 proposal, and we do have to continue maintaining. So when the board adopts a maintenance area, DWR becomes responsible for it. DWR has an obligation to operate and maintain it per the core O&M manual requirements. Unless and until this maintenance area is either dissolved and someone else is responsible for it, or it's taken out of the federal system, which is a possibility after the Habitat project is in place, and the maintenance area is also dissolved, DWR has to operate and maintain what exists. Whether it makes 100% logic or not, this is a piece of the system. So if we don't maintain it and there's a flood failure, there's clear evidence that we knew or should have known that the problem persisted and we did nothing about it. And so there's state liability potential associated with that.
There may be, but it may be very minor if it's just agricultural land that's flooding. The damages may be, $20,000.
At this point, we're not in a position to make a call associated with that specific liability. We have an obligation. This board, we bring that obligation to this board for adoption annually. I'll say since 2007, this is the first time I've ever had an individual from the public ever mention any issue with our maintenance area budget. I've been doing it almost every year since 2007. And so it's a fair concern. We understand Lake County's concern. We met with Lake County last week to make sure we expressed our need to take a maintenance area. They expressed their concern. They also brought up what was mentioned, that they may be willing to take over maintenance area 17. Again, unless and until that happens, this budget, we need a budget. So that's where we are.
So we're not able to slow down and give them a chance to take it over. We have to keep going.
If this board doesn't adopt a maintenance area budget for MA17 today, July 1, we have no funding for personnel to proceed with work that we're obligated to do. So it puts us in a position, an untenable position. We've identified a clear flood risk reduction system problem that must be repaired or fixed or put in a position where it's working per the requirements. It's already taken some time. It's taken, we've gone through a very detailed assessment, and that's part of the costs we've had to date. And we've determined that there are some major infrastructure failures at this particular pumping plant.
Just things got out of phase somehow where they were going to.
If I had it my way, the habitat project would already be done, completed. Maintenance Area 17 would be dissolved because of that. It's not. It's been ongoing the entire time I've been a DWR employee, again, since May of 2007. And progress is moving. I will say fits and starts, but it's not done. And until it's done, we're in a position where we have to maintain it.
Wow, what a situation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll start by acknowledging the legal responsibility and being grateful that we all take it seriously always. You said that if the pump fails, land gets wet that shouldn't get wet.
Right.
Is that land owned by the county?
Some, not
some
all.
of the land, but not all of the land.
Not 100% of the land is owned by the county, and that they're working through machinations in my own head about what a reasonable thing to do, as Mr. Countryman sort of laid out, is you've got a problem, you've got a potential long-term solution that's going to not make sense to fix the problem, but we're in a position where the problem exists and we know about it, and not all of the property is held by the county. And that even if it was, DWR would still bring forward the state plan of flood control condition evaluation and identify the need to fix the problem per the O&M manual. And that's where we are.
Okay, I have a couple of suggestions that I'll come to you and our executive officer about process for next time. But I'm asking the question because fully grant the legal responsibility and also know the practical situation that's evolving but not quite complete, and that the money isn't spent until it's spent, and if it's not spent, it gets trued up later, right? And so the question about the land ownership goes to how quickly the people that are affected could be on the same wavelength, and then there might be a possibility to get creative or accelerate something and be in a better situation than we are now.
Mark List again. I can't answer that question because the project that's being done partially is being funded by DWR staff, DWR funding currently, but we're peripherally involved, and that started the discussion. We went to a meeting. We want to understand what the long-term plan is for this area, so my staff has been keeping involved as much as possible. That's really a question for the county. I'm not sure it's a relevant question for our.
It wasn't even a question, honestly.
Item,
I'm foreshadowing where my thought process is going
Sure.
and telling you why I'm asking the questions. Thanks. Board Member Grego?
Yes. So on the assessment, is it the county that's being assessed, or are there private property owners that are being assessed, or a combination of both?
I believe a combination of both.
Okay. And I agree with, the fact that we've been put on notice now that there is a problem here, and we have a responsibility. I'm sympathetic towards the issues, and I wish there was a more creative way to address it, but I don't see another way.
Okay. Any other questions before we go to public comment from the board? Okay, with that, I will open it up to public comment and start, as we always do, here in the room. I see nothing here in the room. We'll check to see if there's any public comment coming from online.
Pawan has his hand raised again. You may speak.
Hello, everyone. It's Pawan again, Lake County Water Associate Director. And I think the main thing here is to look at the parcels which would be affected immediately right next to the levee is all owned by the county. there are a couple of parcels which is not owned by, but they are like little bit higher ground. But at the same time, in order to move forward in near future, county is also looking at acquiring those parcels through eminent domain if need be. So ultimately, like everything has to be acquired in order to move forward with this project. So, and this pumping plant has been with DWR for almost 20 years, as mentioned, from 2007. I mean, if this had been done 10 years ago, probably that might have been appropriate. But at this point, like where we are moving, county owns like 70% of the parcels out there. To approve this project, to spend that much money, maybe board can work on something where they have something immediate to do the patrolling and other things, but not to spend down such a huge amount of money. Like almost we are getting billed $500,000 every year for last 2 years, and I think it's gonna be billed for another 3, 4, 5 years. So it is like more than $2.5 million in total for something which doesn't have like a necessarily a need for that. So just wanted to clarify that thing as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe I understand the situation well enough, at least to say that this is really unfortunate, and also that it seems to me that there may still be some possibility for hustle and creativity to avoid some of the costs. I hope so. Is there other public comment from online?
No further public comment from online.
We'll close the public comment and bring it back to the board for any final discussion or a motion as you see fit.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the budget
As presented.
as presented, yes.
And I will second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the budget as presented. Any debate on the motion? We'll call for a vote.
Through the chair. I
Yeah.
don't have a debate or anything like that. I just, you know, as I stated before, I'm sympathetic to Clear Lakes. I think we all are. But this has been an ongoing, you know, problem. It's not going to get any cheaper or any better by delaying it, you know, and not funding this project. So I guess that's the reason why I've made the motion, is to proceed forward.
Call the roll.
Member Andrews?
Aye.
Member Bosler is absent. Member Countryman?
Aye.
Member Griego?
Yes, it's a tough one, but yes.
Secretary Johnson?
Aye. That motion carries and the budget is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have, is it 10C? Watershed Studies Alignment with the 2027 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan Update. And this is an information item, and we have two presenters, Hillary Murphy and David Arata. And is one agenda item, is it two presentations?
No, it's one presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Introduce yourself and go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Secretary Johnson, members of the board. Thank you.
Pull the microphone towards yourself. There you go.
Is this better?
Yeah, better.
Great.
I
Thank you.
forgot to mention one thing, which is that this presentation was something we asked for a few months ago, so pay attention.
Thank you. Thank you
It
for
was
having
Keely, though. We'll have a tape.
Thank you for having us here today. My name is Hillary Murphy. I'm manager of the Central Valley Flood Planning Section, and I'm here with my colleague, David Arate, with the Division of Planning. And we're here today to provide an update on the watershed studies alignment with the 2027 CVFPP update. Next slide, please. In today's presentation, we'll start with alignment between the CVFPP and the watershed studies, and then go into more detail about the watershed studies, as well as FIRAMAR integration into the CVFPP. Next slide, please. At the February board meeting, I provided a more comprehensive overview of the 2027 CVFPP update and walked through some of the key elements of the plan. One of the things I highlighted was the addition of basin-specific chapters, one for the Sacramento Basin and one for the San Joaquin Basin. The addition of these basin chapters allows us to more comprehensively reflect the distinct challenges, opportunities, and technical considerations in each basin. In the San Joaquin Basin, it's become increasingly clear that we need a more holistic approach to water management. We are seeing the combined effects of more intense flooding, ongoing groundwater overdraft, and growing pressure on communities, agriculture, and ecosystems. Addressing these interconnected challenges requires a better understanding of how the system operates as a whole, particularly how reservoir operations influence downstream flows, and how forecasting and operations can work together to manage flood risk while supporting broader water management objectives. In response to these challenges, DWR's Division of Planning developed the San Joaquin Basin Flood-Mar Watershed Studies to better understand how climate change is intensifying these issues and to identify strategies that can provide flood risk reduction, water supply, and ecosystem benefits together. Over the past several years, the CVFPP team has been closely coordinating with the Watershed Studies team to integrate this work into the 2027 CVFPP update. The studies are being incorporated into the CVFPP's technical analysis, an essential part of the plan that evaluates system performance and flood risk using the latest climate science. They are also reflected throughout the plan narrative, highlighted in the San Joaquin Basin chapter, and used to inform recommendations and priorities for each basin. This integration brings a watershed scale perspective into the CVFPP and strengthens the technical foundation for long-term planning in the San Joaquin Basin. I'm happy to have my colleague, David Arate, with the Division of Planning here today. He helped lead the watershed studies, and I'm going to hand the rest of the presentation over to him.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm David Arate, DWR, the technical lead on the watershed studies. Thank you for having me here. Next slide, please. So I'm going to provide a little bit of background details on the watershed studies, just a quick overview of what they are, and then I'll focus on the FIRO-MAR concept, how it was developed through the studies, and then the integration of that FIRO-MAR concept into the 2027 CVFPP update, and we'll see some preliminary results developed through that, the technical work. Next slide, please. Okay, so the San Joaquin Basin watershed studies. This is a map of the study areas. There's 5 watershed study areas on the eastern tributary side of the San Joaquin Basin that we investigated in the studies. We have the Calaveras, Stanislaus, Tuolumne, Merced, and Upper San Joaquin, which is a collection of actually 3 smaller watersheds, the Chowchilla River, Fresno River, and Upper San Joaquin River. We call them watershed study areas because they did start with the hydrologic boundaries of the watersheds, but then they were modified based on the local irrigation districts and a few other boundaries within these watersheds tied to the main tributary rivers. So they're not exactly watershed areas, they're watershed study areas. These studies were a modeling study. We used a suite of models to model all aspects of these watershed study areas, the runoff, reservoir operations, groundwater operations, surface water operations, even looking at the delta. And we also looked at climate change in these studies. Next slide. Okay, so some objectives of these studies. First and foremost was a climate vulnerability assessment of the watershed study areas, really focusing on the 3 water resource sectors there on the left: flood risk, water supply, which is both groundwater and surface water, and then ecosystem, looking at both riverine and terrestrial ecosystem areas. We looked at a suite of climate futures, looking at from 0 to 5 degrees warming and plus or minus 12.5% mean precipitation, so a lot of different potential climate futures, and looking at the vulnerabilities of the watersheds for these sectors. Then we looked at evaluating 2 flood-mar adaptation strategies. We kind of bookends a smaller strategy that we call Myron 80/20, based very much off the state board's resource or streamline permitting guidelines that looked at just 90th percentile flow daily and then taking water off the hydrograph above that 90th percentile and up to 20% of the river. It's very restrictive and very much focused just on recharge. And then the other bookend was strategy we'll get into in a second, what we call the IFIRM strategy, Integrated Forecast Informed Resource Management. Incorporates a lot of components, primarily reservoir reoperations being the biggest one. We'll get into more details in that in a second. And then the third objective of these studies was to develop partnerships throughout the San Joaquin Basin. We met with a lot of local irrigation districts, water agencies, also other state agencies and federal agencies like the Corps and the Bureau. Developed those partnerships, worked with them to gather a lot of information, modeling tools to incorporate in these studies. And now moving into our latest objective is trying to work towards implementation of the concepts from the watershed studies. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to focus on the IFIRM strategy because this is the one that has the FIROMAR concept built into it. So like I mentioned, it stands for Integrated Forecast Informed Resource Management. The forecast inform is a key word in there. It ties FIRO, Forecast Informed Reservoir Operations, with Managed Aquifer Recharge, really brings those two concepts together. And I have another slide that'll go more into those details in a second. There's things like targeted recharge. So on the right side of the screen there, we've got areas where we can target the recharge. Part of our modeling suite, there's a tool in there called the GRAT tool, Groundwater Recharge Assessment Tool, that focuses on maximizing and optimizing recharge throughout these basins, these watershed areas. But we can overlay on top of that if we want to target specific areas for some specific benefits. In the case of the watershed studies, we looked at GDE, or groundwater dependent ecosystem areas, and in-basin retention, try to contain more of that recharge within the subbasins under those watershed study areas to support GDE habitat. We can look at disadvantaged communities and recharge near them to uplift their groundwater levels for groundwater supply in those areas. And then looking at subsidence-prone regions, particularly in the upper San Joaquin and Merced areas, where there's been a lot of subsidence over the years, a lot of effects on things like Eastside Bypass, the California Aqueduct, and a lot of local infrastructure. So looking at trying to target recharge to those areas to try to mitigate or slow down some of that subsidence as well. We have ecosystem enhancements that are built into this strategy, both through the FIROMAR aspect and using water that's banked after FIROMAR to do things like overbank inundation flows, spring pulse releases, shorebird habitat, things like that. We looked at conveyance improvements. The existing conveyance network of these local irrigation districts is very important to move water when it's available off of these streams out into these irrigation districts, out across the agricultural lands to be able to do this recharge. We identified some areas where either there was a pinch point in the irrigation system or there was maybe good land for recharge, but no existing or not enough existing conveyance to get water to those areas. So we looked at doing some improvements to expand to those areas. And then the recharge operations overall were expanded compared to that NMAR 90/20 strategy. The time window is bigger. We looked from November through mid-June, and things like delta conditions were not applicable anymore since we were reoperating the reservoirs. Next slide. Okay, so now we'll look at how we integrated the forecast informed reservoir operations with managed aquifer recharge. So we just have a kind of a hypothetical event here. This is a rule curve for a reservoir, Lake McClure on the Merced River to be specific. The gray area is the conservation space of the reservoir. The white area is the flood space of the reservoir. Typically in the winter, the flood space is maximized, conservation space drawn down. And then the red line is the FIRO space that sits within the flood space. The FIRO space is an area that we will purposely encroach into the flood space as we do the FIROMAR operations. So just kind of running left to right, we're starting in October. Our reservoir storage is that black line. We're in the conservation space. It's not a flood event yet, but eventually we use with our forecast informed reservoir operations, we use a 1 to 7 day forecast. So the forecast would eventually pick up an inflow event. And one of the first operations we can do is what we call the conservation pre-release. If the inflow event is projected to be large enough to push us up and beyond that FIRO space, we can start to pre-release while still in the conservation space of the reservoir and open up some more space overall in the reservoir to absorb more of that event. So after that event passes, we've somewhere up in the flood space, just kind of hit the top of the FIRO. We get back into the FIRO space. And now the forecast shows clear skies, not much inflow, so we can slow everything down in the reservoir. Typically, the reservoir would try to get back to that top of conservation space through flood releases. But here we slow those releases down. Through all of this, we first prioritize downstream in-stream flow requirements. And then we prioritize MAR releases. So we release to do managed aquifer recharge through those irrigation systems up to the capacity of the head gate structure of those irrigation systems. So that's what we're doing in the 2A release. We're meeting all downstream requirements and then releasing enough while in that FURO space and while the forecast says it's okay to maximize recharge. At a certain point, though, a new flood event may be forecasted. We need to ramp up our releases, so that's what 2B, the purple area, is. New flood event coming in, we're starting to increase into our storage space again, so we can now start to layer on top of the MAR releases, the actual flood control releases, and again, we can go back into the conservation space if needed, projected on the forecasts. The time window for FURO-MAR is November through end of March. Typically what we saw in our modeling is we would be encroached somewhere in the FURO or flood space at the end of March due to these FURO-MAR operations. And we didn't want to just lose that water, just making a large flood release or something. So what we would do is temporarily protect that water as it carried on through April and into the spring. And we could use that banked water compared to what we would have had in the baseline to do things like ecosystem operations, higher base flows in the river, spring pulse releases, inundation flows on the overbank areas, shorebird habitat releases, moving water through the command system for shorebird habitat. If there's still a water supply left over after that, then we would convert it into water supply for the reservoir itself. So the key parts of all of this is the FURO, the MAR, and the FURO space. We use the forecast to see what's coming up. We use the FURO space to purposely allow the reservoir to encroach into the flood space to try to capture that water and meter it out at a slower rate to maximize the MAR. And then with the MAR, we can actually release more than the reservoir would have wanted to release or could have released in the baseline. In the case of Merced here, Lake McClure, the Merced River channel capacity is about 6,000 CFS. The capacity of their conveyance system to divert off the river is about 1,900 CFS. So in the baseline, when they make flood releases, they would typically try to cap them at 6,000 CFS. With the ability of MAR, you could release up to 7,900, knowing you would be able to divert that 1,900 very quickly because the conveyance system is just downstream of the reservoir. You could divert that 1,900 off of the river, and you would still have 6,000 CFS moving down the river. So you could evacuate water out of the reservoir faster. So it gives us the ability to flex both into the flood space, conservation space, and to mitigate any kind of potential inducement of flood risk or water supply risk by having that MAR ability as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so that was the FURO-MAR concept. So now I'll show how we integrated it into the 2020 CVP technical analysis and some results from that. Next slide. Thank you. So one of the first things we did is with the CVFPP and the hydrology that's used in the CVFPP, it was much bigger than anything we had seen in the watershed studies. In the watershed studies, we used a 100-year historical modeled hydrology, 1918 to 2018. So we saw the flood events of those 100 years, and that was when incorporated. In the CVFPP, they used the scaled events of certain flood events, and some of those scalings can be very large, and it was much larger than anything we had seen in the watershed studies. So we added in a new operation, which we call the top of flood enhanced release. It's very similar to that conservation pre-release, but now it just looks at the top of flood. It uses that forecast. It takes a little bit less risk in the operation, and if we see that an inflow event is so large, it will push us up above the top of the flood space, we can start to release faster and sooner and create more space to absorb that event. So this was an enhancement done specifically for the CVFPP. Next slide, please. Okay, so here are our FURO-MAR assumptions by reservoir that were incorporated from watershed studies in the CVFPP. We had 7 reservoirs we looked at from north to south. We've got Calaveras River, New Hogan, Stanislaus, the New Melones Reservoir, Tuolumne, Don Pedro. Merced, we have Lake McClure. Chowchilla is Eastman Lake. Fresno is Hensley Lake. And on the Upper San Joaquin, Millerton Lake. The second column is the FURO space that we calculated for each of these reservoirs. There was a procedure we used. There were some guidelines on release capacity, on a certain amount of encroachment based on the gross pool, based on the flood pool. We had developed through work with our partners, Army Corps of Engineers, and some of our consultants, and through a lot of modeling to the end benefit of being able to encroach into the flood space without inducing any kind of flood risk on any of these reservoirs. So these are the FURO spaces, encroachments that we were able to develop. The next column is the design release capacity. This is what all these rivers and reservoirs have as their official design release or channel capacity, and this is what's used in the baseline of the CVFPP and in the watershed studies. Next column is the FIRO release capacity. After meeting with a lot of the locals, a lot of the water managers, flood managers, we got a lot of feedback that yes, Calaveras River does have a design release capacity of 12,500, but that's not a realistic capacity that they think they can pass. They start to see erosion and problems at around 7,000 CFS. So is there a way we could work that into those FIRO releases, kind of back those flows off to get some other additional flood benefits that maybe don't go beyond the design capacity of the channel, they go potentially beyond this operational capacity that we called. We had similar conversations on Stanislaus River. They said around 5,000 CFS. They tend to start to see some flood risk effects. Eastman, Chowchilla River, Fresno River, same thing. So those were built into the FIRO-MAR operations, but we do have the capacity to go to the full 12,500, for example, on Calaveras, depending on the forecast. If that forecast shows we're going to go to the top of flood, we won't hold back at 7. We will allow the reservoirs to still go to that full design release.
Sorry to interrupt, but so the significance of the red is where the MAR diversion capacity isn't added to the third column because they don't think they can really go to the design capacity,
right.
But it increases what they can do by that amount within that range.
Yeah, so yeah, the last column shows the MAR diversion capacity. That would be added on to the FIRO release capacity. So in the end, for example, Calaveras again, we would try to target 7,000 plus the 550, knowing that 550 would be diverted off fairly quickly. So what would be left in the channel would still be 7,000. So the release of the reservoir itself would try to max out as 7,550, for example. It would have the potential to go to 1,350, 12.5 plus the 550, if the forecast said it needed to because it was going to hit that top of flood, for example. So the FIRO release capacity doesn't take into account the MAR diversion capacity. It's more after the MAR diversion, how much do we want to try to keep in the river?
That's right. The question is whether it adds to it or whether it needs to be kind of part of it because they're not really releasing to the...
Yeah.
Board Member Country.
Joe Country, board member. I don't understand New Don Pedro. I don't believe you can release 25,000.
Good point. I was just about to get to that one. Dave Arate, DBR. Yes, so for Don Pedro, this one is different. This one is 25,000, and there's a little footnote there. This is consistent with what was in the 2017 and 2022 CVFPP SSIAs, where they had looked at increasing the capacity to 25,000. So we kept that part and mirrored that, or partnered that up with the FIRO-MAR aspect. So this one is not based on the operational, what the local said. This is based on
This would require some fairly significant construction project.
It would, yes. And not to spoil it, but at the end of this presentation, we will show some results if it stayed at the 9,000 with FIRO-MAR to show kind of a comparison between a 25,000 version and a 9,000 version with FIRO-MAR.
There's a great flood benefit, right, to increase that outlet capacity.
Yes.
Probably the biggest, best, most favorable flood project in the San Joaquin Basin. I hope it happens.
And yes, we'll see those results in a minute. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so we'll look at some preliminary results from a reservoir. We'll look at Don Pedro Reservoir on the Tuolumne. There's a lot going on here, so I'll try to walk through it. The top half of the graph is the storage curve of the reservoir. The gray area is the conservation space. The white area is the flood space. The dashed line, top of FIRO space, that's the 50,000 acre feet of FIRO space within the flood space. At the very top, there's a black dashed line, that's the top of flood for this event, or the top of flood for the reservoir. The bottom half of the graph is the hydrograph flows in the Tuolumne River after the MAR diversion. And we're looking at the 1997, a synthetic version of the 1997 event. So kind of walking through the boxes one at a time. In the early part of the event, the leftmost box, In the baseline, as it encroaches in the reservoir, it starts to make those flood control releases up to the channel capacity of about 9,000 CFS to try to get back to the top of the conservation space. With FIRO, it would be allowed to encroach into that FIRO space purposely to hold that water and release it out at a rate that could be picked up for the managed aquifer recharge. That's why the green line is not quite zero, but near zero, because most of that has been diverted for recharge, and we're just meeting the minimum in-stream flow requirements at that point. In the middle red box now, the forecast is just picking up that there's this large inflow event. It wasn't picked up in the baseline, so baseline just continued to release around 9,000 until it went above the top of flood. At that point, reservoir went into emergency operations and had to make a large emergency release, peaking at 55,000. With FIROMAR in the forecast, we could see there is a large event coming, and the reservoir starts to release. And it releases up to 25,000 plus the MAR diversion capacity of around 4,000. So around 29,000 CFS is what the reservoir is releasing, with that 4,000 being diverted from MAR. So about 25,000 stays in the river based on that new potential design capacity.
We're tripling the outlet capacity.
Yes.
Has it, the feasibility of that, has it been looked into?
No, not in the studies. It is just a concept at this point.
Because that's a heck of an increase in the outlet capacity. And it's, you know, the reservoir's down at that time. It could be a hindrance to the feasibility here.
Fair point, yes. Okay, so moving on through this event, with that increased capacity to release, with the forecast, we're able to draw the reservoir down quite far into the conservation space, about 150,000 acre feet into the conservation space, and it's able to absorb that large inflow event, and eventually the storage encroaches about halfway into the flood space. Once that event is kind of passed, the reservoir storage comes back down into the FIRO space, and everything slows back down again. That's that 2A operation, where now we're in the FIRO space. We're just trying to maximize releases for MAR, and when the forecast shows more inflow coming in, we'll start to layer on the flood control releases on top of that.
Betty Andrews, board member. David, I just want to make sure I understand what's going on with the green line and the variability in the flow releases. Is that reflecting the need for water that gets released for MAR purposes to have to percolate down before the next slug gets there? It's very wiggly, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, actually not for that purpose. No, actually what it is Dry Creek is flowing in at Modesto, and the control point for the reservoir is at the confluence of the Tuolumne River and Dry Creek. So yeah, the times you see it backing down is there's a large inflow coming from Dry Creek.
From Dry Creek.
So it's trying to maintain at that 25,000 at the confluence.
Okay, so that's why it doesn't really, the driver doesn't show up there.
Yeah.
Up above. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Next slide. Oh, unless there's, okay, next slide. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, so we'll look at another reservoir. Now we'll take a look at Lake McClure on the Merced River. This time we'll look at a 1997 event that's been scaled up by 20%, so runoff in the upper watershed has been scaled up by 20%. The reason for looking at this particular event is historically Lake McClure on the Merced River has been able to pass their flood flows at the channel capacity or slightly above. I think the biggest the flows have been are somewhere between 7,000 to 8,000. Channel capacity is 6,000. So for the most part, they've been able to pass their flood events safely enough. But with a somewhat scaled up event, kind of representative of a future climate change event, now that peak flow has gone from 6,000 to nearly 25,000 in the baseline. It's pushed that reservoir just past the point where it needs to go into emergency operations. So down on the bottom graph, we can see with FIROMAR, we're able to bring those flows back down to 6,000 CFS. So here we actually do have two sets of lines. We have the reservoir outflow now, that's the dashed green line, and then the Merced River flow is the solid green line. So the difference between those two is generally the MAR diversion, which is about 1,900 CFS. So the reservoir is putting out generally about 7,900. 19 of it is being diverted off of the river for recharge, leaving the flows at 6,000. And a couple of times where it dips down, just like in the Tuolumne, there's a creek that it looks at a control point downstream. If those creek flows increase, the reservoir flows decrease. But what's happening here is in the early part of the hydrograph, the reservoir, the forecast shows not much coming in. The reservoir is allowed to encroach. At a certain point, it does pick up that there is an inflow event, and it does start to ramp up those flows out beyond what the baseline would have been to open up a little more space. But really, it's the MAR part here, and not so much the FURO part. From when the inflow is at its max through most of the rest of the event, having that capability to just release more out of the reservoir and divert a portion of that brings reservoir storage down faster and keeps us from encroaching all the way up to the top of flood. So this is why FURO with MAR is so important. Sometimes it's the FURO that can get ahead of those events and make those big releases. Sometimes it's the MAR, where just having that capability to release more water and divert some of it can keep you a little bit lower in storage. And sometimes it's both really working together to get ahead of the event and be able to release more. That's really getting this benefit. And then as we get to about the end of February, as the storage gets back into the FURO space, again, everything slows back down. Baseline continued to release at 6,000 to try to get to the top of con. With FURO, we slow it down, we stay in that FURO space, and we release those flows at a more manageable rate to pick up for recharge. Next slide, please. So we just looked at 2 specific events. Now here we're just looking at kind of a range of all the 1997 scaled events that are looked at in the CVFPP to see, well, does this work across all the events? So we have the 5 major reservoirs. The blue line is the peak flow for each scaled event, starting from 97 10% up to 97 300%, what the peak flow of each of those events are. And the green line is the peak flow from the FURO-MAR runs. Generally, pretty much across the board, the FURO-MAR peak flows are lower, sometimes much lower, sometimes only slightly lower, but they're lower than all of the baseline events, with a couple exceptions. Tuolumne in the early part, they're in the 40-60% scaled range, is slightly higher because Tuolumne has been allowed to go to that 25,000, so it does go higher, but that's still kind of the new design capacity. And then Calaveras in the bottom right to the far right. In the most extreme 2 events, it does FURO actually induce a little bit of a flood risk where it does go slightly higher than the baseline by 2,500 CFS. But generally across the rest of the board, FURO has much lower peak flows or somewhat lower peak flows compared to the baseline.
Board Member Countryman, I was looking back here because it has more of the right side of the slide.
Yeah. I mean, there's a basic assumption here that the water will always be at the bottom of the flood control space when the storm hits. I mean, we're making a hypothetical here that sort of optimizes the FURO thing, because if you're lower in the reservoir, you're not making releases.
Somewhat, but so yeah, that is that is a big difference between, or that is a difference between what the watershed studies did and what CVFPP does. In the watershed studies, we use that 100 years of continuous hydrology. So yeah, preceding conditions from a year before a flood event had an effect on the flood event.
Right.
And with climate change, that would affect those as well. But even then, even when the reservoir is still in the conservation space, if it's a big enough event, FURO will engage because it's always looking at the top of that FURO space. It will allow the reservoir to encroach, but only to a certain point. So the forecast is still watching out for that, and it will still make those conservation pre-releases, even if we're not starting right at the top of flood. How they would be a little bit different, you're right, compared to how the CVFPP, since we start right at the top of the conservation space.
Right, I've done lots of routings with this, and the Corps always has this assumption that you're at the bottom of the flood control space at the start of the event. But if you look at the history, it's not the case.
Right.
But, and so you may not get any FURO benefit on a lot of smaller floods, like a 20-year flood or 10-year flood type of thing.
With climate change, you still do, because those 20-year floods tend to have a larger, more extreme peak to them. So maybe you started off a little bit lower in storage. but that 20-year flood is now a 50-year flood or something because it's
We
become
have to look
bigger
at it,
and
yeah.
intensified. Yeah.
Right.
So looking at in the watershed studies, there's a lot of this information. So I definitely suggest taking a closer look at the watershed study reports. What we see is even with that 100-year hydrology and the effects of climate change on drier years, we do see more flood events. We see the existing flood events get bigger, and we see flood events that weren't flood events in the baseline become flood events, even if the preceding conditions were drier to begin with, because of the intensification from climate change on the hydrographs. We tend to see a shift from spring runoff, snowmelt runoff, to more rainfall runoff. So we see bigger events, we see more runoff in the winter, less runoff in the spring now. So it does kind of, yeah, there is a dynamic to that.
So do you do a continuous routing, say on a daily basis or weekly basis or something when you're doing the 100 years of data?
Yes.
And then when you get to a flood period where you go to hourly changes?
So in the watershed studies, we actually kept it all continuous at 3-hour time step. So whether it was flood period or water supply period, in our reservoir operations models, it was on a 3-hour time step. So we have that granularity in the results.
So what are you used for the irrigation flows?
For the irrigation, so I wish I had put up the model slide. So for irrigation, we use a groundwater model, IWFM, based off of IWFM, based off the C2 VSIM model that the state has developed, and then enhanced with some information from local GSPs. That does run on a monthly time step. That provides the irrigation demands, which typically do hold steady at a monthly time step. Those demands are fed to the reservoir operations model, and it's just a kind of an average monthly demand. But the reservoir operations model still runs at that hourly time step. But you'll see, you know, in July, it's a fairly constant outflow as it meets those demands.
Right.
But then when you get to the flood period, you get that.
So you're using the actual irrigation demand that's been reported?
Yeah, it's been reported and fit into the model and then modeled.
That's good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, next slide. Okay, so we'll come back now to the 1997 event. We focused on Tuolumne. We'll broaden back out to all the reservoirs again. So we've got all the reservoirs, all 7. The baseline peak flow, and this is modeling results from the CVFPP analysis, looking at the reservoir models, and then also we'll look at the RAS model information from both models. So the peak flow on each tributary is in that first column, baseline peak flow. And we've got 3 tributary streams, Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and San Joaquin, that are going beyond their channel capacity. The second column shows the Firamar peak flow. So New Hogan, which was right at about that design capacity, 13,000 give or take, has been reduced, not quite to the operational capacity of 7,000, but pretty close. So we reduced the peak flows on the Calaveras. New Melones as well, reduced the peak flows there greatly. Don Pedro cut that peak flow in about half with the new 25,000 capacity in Firo. And then Super San Joaquin, also a very large reduction in the peak flow from 30,000 down to a little over 7,000 from baseline to Firamar. And then the next columns show the amount of MAR volume diverted off of each of these streams. And then cumulatively at the bottom, total diverted MAR volume upstream of Vernalis, so not including Calaveras, is nearly 1.3 million acre feet of water diverted off of all these streams cumulatively for recharge. And then if you include Calaveras, it's a little over 1.3 million acre feet. Next slide. So what kind of effect does that have at Vernalis, removing all that volume upstream before it even gets down into the system? So we have at latitude flow hydrographs for Vernalis. This is kind of the point where we're at the entering into the delta. At latitude flow is both in-channel flow and any overbank flow, whether through breaching or overtopping of levees into the floodplain. So looking at the total flow entering the delta from the San Joaquin. So just some looking at again at that 9700% event. So a few results. The peak flow in the baseline, about 88,000 CFS. With the Firamar, it's reduced to nearly 60,000 CFS. About a little over 30% reduction in peak flow. The event volume was about 4.3 million acre feet in the baseline. That's now reduced to about 3.3 million acre feet in the Firamar SSIA. The amount of time spent above the flood stage in the baseline was about 27 days, nearly a month. That's cut nearly in half with SSIA to down to 15 days. And a big one here, the number of breaches, at least in the modeling, upstream of Vernalis in the baseline, 13 breaches that were happening in the modeling. That's cut down by 2/3 down to just 4 breaches. So what's happening during this event in the early part of the hydrograph, just kind of emulating what was happening in the reservoirs, the FURO flow is lower than the baseline flow. That's the left red box, because the reservoirs are all kind of holding back. They're holding that water. They're allowing to encroach into the FURO space. But then at a certain point, they all start to forecast that event, so they start to release more than what would have been released in the baseline. So the FURO flow is slightly higher than the baseline. That's the middle red box. But overall, because they can release more a little bit earlier and they're diverting from MAR, the overall peak of the event has now been reduced by about that 30,000 CFS. Once the peak is passed and all the reservoirs are starting to draw back down towards the FURO space, they all start to slow down again. They're try to prioritize the MAR diversions, and then any flood diversion or flood releases are on top of that. So the rest of the hydrograph, the FURO, MAR, SSIA hydrograph is lower than what it is in the baseline. Next slide. Okay, so looking at Vernalis again, now looking at a flow frequency curve. This is still very much preliminary, but just kind of for comparison's sake, the blue curves are the baseline, the green curves are the FURO-MAR SSIA alternatives. Really kind of honing in on the 100-year, 200-year event. Let's just hone in on the 200-year event. In the baseline, it's about 100,000 CFS. With SSIA, it was dropped to 68,000. With climate change, that event is now 179, nearly 180,000 CFS for the 200-year event. With FURO, SSIA, able to bring that back down to 100,000 CFS, which is what the baseline no climate change peak flow was. So these numbers may change a bit, but in overall, FURO is doing a very good job of mitigating the increase in flows at Vernalis due to climate change. Next slide. Okay, to get to that question of what if Tuolumne and Don Pedro were not expanded to 25,000? What if they were kept at 9,000, but we did still add the FURO-MAR? So in the earlier part of the event, it's about the same. It encroaches into the reservoir. In the red box, this is where the big difference is. It doesn't quite have that capacity now. It's 25 down to 9, plus the MAR diversion. It just can't release as much, so it doesn't dip as far into the conservation space. It does still perform better than the baseline, though. It opens up some additional space in the reservoir to absorb some of that event. It does still get to just about the top of flood, so the reservoir still, in the 1997 event, still goes into an emergency operation. But the peak flow out of the reservoir is, coincidentally, about 25,000 CFS. It's able to cut that peak from 55 down to 25, even when keeping the release capacity at the 9,000. And then the rest of the event kind of plays out fairly similar to the baseline as it draws the reservoir back down into the FURO space. So key here really is it's better than baseline, not quite as good, obviously, as the 25,000, because it just can't release enough to open up enough flood space, but it does still perform better than baseline. Next slide, please. And then this is just looking at Tuolumne across all those 1997 events from the 10 to 300%. The purple line is the FURO-MAR with the 9,000, and showing that it does perform better than baseline across all the different 1997 events, but obviously it doesn't quite reduce those peak flows as much as the 25,000 FURO-MAR alternative did. Next slide, please. Okay, so before I wrap up, I just want a few high-level takeaways from both the watershed studies and what we've done with CVIPP and FURO-MAR. First one, flood risk and groundwater overdraft. I didn't get really into that, but flood risk and groundwater overdraft are two of the biggest issues in the San Joaquin Basin. We're seeing bigger floods, we're seeing more overdraft, we're seeing droughts. And the IFRM strategy, we think, is uniquely suited to address both of these at the same time. It's turning those flood events, those big flood flows, into a resource to address the overdraft through recharge. And then finally, we do realize that implementation of this kind of concept would be difficult. It would require coordination between flood, water supply, both ground and surface, and ecosystem sectors. It would require partnerships and coordination between local, state, and federal agencies. But we think the benefits really show this is something worth pursuing. We see some large flood risk benefits. It mitigates a lot of overdraft. We get a lot of recharge out of it. We think this is a strategy that's worth pursuing, and the department is working on pursuing that. as we speak. And thank you.
I believe that concludes the presentation, so we'll turn to board members for comments and questions.
Thank you, David, for presenting those results. I think we all recognize the challenge that is posed by the amount of coordination and integration across sectors that would be required to implement this, and yet the promise of such an operation in ameliorating our future flood circumstances has been made very evident by the work that you and your team have done. I think it particularly demonstrates the importance of investigating that ability to increase releases out of New Don Pedro, which has been something that I have been vocal about for quite some time. And the collective effect on flows at Vernalis really are the best promise, I think, for the future of the San Joaquin system in terms of flood management. So thank you for coming and making this presentation today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
On the side.
Board member Countryman. Yeah, it shows the promise. And when we think about the limitations on what we can do with levees down in the Stockton area, it's almost absolutely necessary. Yeah, otherwise, I don't think with climate change we can provide the kind of protection for this urban area that it deserves. And I don't know what studies are ongoing at New Don Pedro to see what they can do with the outlet facilities there. And then along with that, though, the channel capacity has to be taken care of. I know in '97 they were operating for 9,000, and when Dry Creek came in, they practically cut the outflow from Don Pedro to zero to make room for the local flow. So that has to be taken care of. I think the channel capacity has to be increased at least to 15 to 20,000 CFS in order to operate effectively for flood control. But thank you for your presentation.
I have a couple. Thank you very much. So I believe your job is the modeling and the explanation of the potential benefits. I can't help but wonder, though, what you hear from other people about how much of this might be realistic over 5 years, over 20 years. What do you think is business as usual? Not business as usual, but the good case for what could really come to be from this analysis.
Yeah, that's a tough one. David Rotte, Deber. Yeah, so we've met with a lot of different groups, both local, state, and federal. Most have been quite optimistic about the concept, not just FEROMAR, but FloodMAR and all that. Most of the locals are very optimistic, and some have already started to work on studies or implement FloodMAR of some sort. Generally smaller scale versions of it, mostly on creeks or those kind of areas, with varying success. The Army Corps is definitely interested in FERO, and we've talked to them quite a bit about trying to figure out how to incorporate it into some of the water control manual updates that are ongoing right now. There's a few of these reservoirs that were in our study that are ongoing. They're a little less sure about MAR in that I think they just don't want to get into that space. They see that as a local or state issue, so they don't want to go too far about incorporating that in the water control manual updates, other than some kind of language that would put it more on the locals would do something with MAR in conjunction with FERO. That was the kind of the latest conversations we had with them. There are others that do have some concerns, especially in the Delta. We are diverting a large amount of water, potentially large amounts of water through MAR. So there are concerns on impacts of the delta that do need to be investigated more. Overall, right now, DWR is trying to work on a FIRMAR pilot study on one of these reservoirs. It's just beginning right now. There's still a lot of work to do, but the idea would be to now try to pilot this concept and what we showed in the watershed studies in actual real-world operations on one of these reservoirs to see how does this actually pan out. What are some of the effects, the benefits, and potential impacts? That's just gotten started, so there's probably going to be some time before that goes. That's kind of where the state of things are. There is definitely a lot of optimism, cautious optimism, because this affects so many different pieces and so many different people. No one so far has really grabbed the reins and said, let's do it, other than maybe DWR trying to push forward with a pilot study. That's kind of where the state is. It won't, I don't imagine this would be a very quick implementation, just because there's so many pieces, so many stakeholders involved. And this is kind of why I didn't get into it, but in the watershed studies, we show two strategies. The MAR 9021 that I showed, that is something smaller and potentially more easier to implement, especially by locals. And as that version of like FloodMAR like that is being implemented, we can continue work on the FIRMAR iFirm version that may take, I'm guessing, years to get through all the hurdles. There's things like permitting, that's a big one. Landowner participation, impacts to the delta. There's a lot of things that would need to be worked out. So I could see it taking quite some time.
Yeah, thanks. It seems to me from what I've seen, the conflicts don't come over what's happening in the truly catastrophic storm, where everybody's going to agree that Merced Irrigation District should take another 1,900. But when we start talking about flows that are bouncing around between like the FERC minimum and 5,000 or something, there might be a lot of people who start to say, "Thought that was my water," or something like that. And so it's encouraging that you're getting this and getting a positive response. So one particular question about the possibility for conflicts in one of your early slides, integrating FIRMAR in the reservoir. I noticed that your end of storage might be end of spring storage going into the dry season might be different. So the concept's going to work a lot better if the people benefiting from the MAR are the same people that want the water in the reservoir, right? And that one looked like it was Merced Irrigation District both times. How many of these are like that, where that's not going to be the issue? It seems like in some of the other basins, you can imagine a circumstance where the good MAR opportunities are not the same places that are irrigated by the reservoir storage.
Pretty much for all the reservoirs are either owned and operated or operate in conjunction with all the local irrigation districts. So yeah, like Merced Irrigation District owned and operates Lake McClure. New Melones is operated by Bureau of Reclamation, but all the two main irrigation districts downstream are South San Joaquin and Oakdale Irrigation District, and they have they would benefit from the MAR, from the FloodMAR, FIRMAR, and the increased water storage. So I think I'm interpreting your question correctly, hopefully. Yeah, all those that really own, operate, or are in conjunction with the owner-operators of those reservoirs are the main irrigation districts that are all participated in the FloodMAR diversions, and we're all part of this study.
Okay. One last question. Tell me again what iFirm stands for?
Yeah, Integrated Forecast Inform Resource Management. The idea being integrated in that it integrates the flood, the water supply, the ecosystem. Forecast Inform because we're using the Forecast Inform reservoir operations. And then we went with resource management because we want to think about these flood flows, all this water, as a resource that can help address flood risk, water supply, and the ecosystem.
All right. Thank you. I was hoping it would be a stacked acronym, though. Okay, so other questions or comments from board members before we go to public? Okay, with that, I'll open it up to public comment, first here in the room. And online?
None online.
All right. Hearing none of that, we'll close this item. Thank you very much. That's super informative. Okay, moving right along. We had to take a break there and remember what I was doing. Were you? All right, so agenda item number 11, this is the staff activity reports. We all have them in our packet. I first ask Chris if there's anything you want to add that came in after the reports.
I have nothing new to highlight.
Okay, comments and questions from board members? Me either. And from the public here in the room? And online?
None online.
Okay. Number 12, board comments and committee updates. We might have a couple of those. I'll give folks a chance to do it.
I have a comment. Being incapacitated to some extent, I've been attending coordinating committee meetings online, and it's basically worthless. You can barely make out exactly what people are saying, and you cannot see any presentations that are being made. So just to let you know that for people trying to attend that meeting online, it's really not very good.
Agreed. Okay, upcoming meetings. We have advisory committee on April 28th. That'll be at the Flood Board office. Coordinating committee on May 19th, West Sacramento City Hall. I'll be there in person. Board meeting May 22nd here at CNRA, and I think that'll be a significant meeting. Finally, the board workshop on June 12th, which is not pinned down exactly where the location will be, but I'm told we're definitely having a workshop. Comments and questions from the board? The audience? And online?
None online.
Okay, that brings us to the end of our show here today. Item 14 is a closed session. We don't have one. I'm going to make an executive decision not to take public comment on that. And because we don't have a closed session, we don't need a closed session report, and we are adjourned. It's 1:21. Thanks, everybody.